railway to fulfill our need. But from the customer perspective, we always forget we should also rise to the occasion where railway resources are utilized to the full potential and in efficient manner. In that way, sir, we are also modernizing our port, which becomes more efficient and have a better system of working. At present, if you take Haldia, we are taking 12 to 14 hours to load a rake. But come this March, and we are going to have a travel in this month only, where we are going to have a rapid loading system where a rake will be loaded within 2 hours. So this is going to break a change. Similar modernization work we are taking for the unloading also. And at present, whatever the railway rake reaches to the yard of the port, they comes with electric, then a change of the loco from electric to diesel. The entire work within the railway system, railway port system gets operated through diesel. But we have already started work for the entire electrification of the railway yard, where the same work can be continued from the same loco that comes with the railway rake. So there is no detachment of the loco, no utilization of diesel. So we are working towards the railway resources that are more utilized in an efficient manner. And I expect all the customer, basically all the power sector, the steel sector, that we should also think on those lines. Until unless we improve our efficiency, we cannot always expect railway to be efficient. And let me bring to this August gathering. At Haldia and Kolkata, we have 18 sidings, and we have started modernizing our sidings also. And recently, we have floated 2 tenders for the modernization of our siding on a PPP mode. So I expect people who are there, that they can come and participate in our tender, where we can, as railways, as all of you know, that they're improving the terminals to the Gati Shakti. We are also have come with the same model. So if you want, whoever interested in having a railway sidings, there are 2 sidings, one in Haldia, one in Kolkata, they're on the tender. And sir, we are not only gaining and promoting railways, but also in order to have a model shift, we are giving incentives so that real shift takes place from the road to railways. We have reduced our haulage charges, stabling charges, terminal charges, so that railway becomes cheaper. That way we are promoting the rail component. And as all of you know who are working this area, between Haldia and Kolkata, we have recently started a port rail link express. And at present, almost 45 rakes in a month are moving between Haldia and Kolkata. And one rake carries 90 containers. So you can visualize how much we have taken from the road. But what matters for the trade and the customer is the cost. So for the short distance, I think railway is still a costly affair. So if there is a cost, then the trade looks for an opportunity where it is cheaper. So I would request to look into this aspect, because now the proposal has come from the shipping lines where they want to move this cargo through the waterways. It's good for the country and everybody, sir, but I want that this will continue with the railways. If we get there some concession, this will continue. Otherwise, people will look for an opportunity to the cheaper sources, and from the rail, it will move to the waterways. And we have a challenge with the roadways, especially for the short distance. At a short distance, roadways can give a door-to-door service at a slightly cheaper rate. But when we move towards the multimodal, there's multiple handlings from sea phase to the rail phase to the road phase. And each phase, different agencies are involved. And each agency involves their cost and plus margin. So with the involvement of multiple agencies, the cost increases. And what is requirement for the trade and the customer? That whatever the product that we offer to the trade as a logistic provider, it should be cheap and efficient in terms of cost and time. If we can provide that, the things will start moving to the railways. And same happens for the inland waterways also. In that way, as a port, sir, we are ready to act as a logistic provider. And we had approached railways that ports should also be permitted to have their own wagons, just like the GPWIS, sir. So that way, as a port, we can provide that major customers one-point service and cover the entire logistics chain. Similar way, sir, for the short distance also, there's lots of opportunities for conversion for cargo, road to rail, sir. But we need some concession. As you are aware, sir, the terminal has come at Dankuni. There's a railway siding at Durgapur. But still, the containers are moving the roadways either from the Durgapur or from the Dankuni. If we have some policy, some concession extended to the port, sir, I assure you at least we can move 2 rakes on a daily basis from Kolkata to Dankuni. That way, we can reduce the congestion on the road and move towards the greener logistics, sir. But for that, sir, I will request some concessions are required, and let me be excused for this moment. I have brought this knowledge to the authority itself right now. We have never discussed in part, but I thought that this provides me an opportunity where this is a railway conference and where I can bring this issue to the railway authorities and the railway pressure group who can take the matter with the railways and help the actual safety, the green part that we're discussing in this forum. So this way, sir, we can offer a better service to the customer also. And from the port side, sir, we have worked on from bringing cargoes, especially for the Nepal, sir, from the other ports. You can say Vizag and sir, and they have moved to the Kolkata and Haldia, sir. But what we are finding, the lots of restrictions for the Nepal, sir. Still, and that is so some, if we can look into it, sir, so that we will continue to get a traffic to the Nepal on the eastern sector and continue from the eastern sector to the Nepal. But as we progress, sir, and we increase our productivity, go for the expansion of Kolkata, we need to look at the Dum-Dum also, sir, because that is going to be as a constraint for the movement of the goods cargo in future. Similarly, in the southeastern railway system, sir, we are trying to get the traffic back to the Haldia, especially for the steel sector, who are in around West Bengal and Jharkhand. But there is always a restriction for the steel plants. To some extent, the steel plants are also responsible because we have not modernized the unloading infrastructure at these plants. But for the trade and the customers, what matters that the rates should be available as per the requirements, sir. So that way, it will help a lot, sir, if we get the rake on demand. In order to cater to all these problems, as a port and with having a railway background, we are going to have a new infrastructure that is coming at Balagarh, sir. Balagarh is about 85 kilometers upstream from Kolkata. So we are going to develop a terminal at Balagarh, which can have a road connectivity, rail connectivity, and connected with the inland waterways, which can take lots of pressure away from the road, from the Kolkata city itself. So we are going to start the work for the terminal very soon. As a port, we are going to invest more than 130 crores for the road and rail over bridge, sir. But and I request you, sir, if you can take the rail connectivity work from the railway side, it will help the port as well as the city, sir. This way, we can take all this initiative forward, sir. I thank the entire this conference for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to be here. And I look forward to our continued collaboration to create a stronger, smarter, and more sustainable logistic ecosystem for India. And I hope this conference and wish this conference to be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking insights. To extend our gratitude, Mr. Kanish Sethia, Chairman, ICC, National Logistics Supply Chain Committee, Director and CEO, Western Carrier, has sent across his vote of thanks, which I would want to deliver. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Mr. Kanish Sethia as we conclude the inaugural session of the Third Rail Forum. The third edition reaffirms our shared commitment to advancing the remarkable transformation of Indian Railways and shaping the future of sustainable mobility in India. First and foremost, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks. This is on behalf of Mrs. Sethia, of course, to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable insights, and to our sponsors and partners for their steadfast support in bringing the event to life. This year's theme reflects a defining priority of our times, building a transportation ecosystem that remains efficient, inclusive, and deeply rooted in sustainability. For over 170 years, Indian Railways has been far more than mobility platform. It has been a pillar of national development, driving economic expansion and industrial growth along with social integration. From connecting remote geographies to powering key industries that once began with modest foundation, the railway has been instrumental in shaping India's growth story and supporting the aspirations of millions. Today, as India progresses towards a greener and more digitally empowered era, Indian Railways continues to set global benchmarks, whether through becoming the world's largest green railway transformation program, electrifying its vast network at record pace, embracing cutting-edge digital technologies like Kavach, or pioneering sustainability in stations, redevelopment, and multimodal logistics. The world is watching India Railway undergo one of the most ambitious modernization drives in history, and there is much more yet to come. The inaugural session clearly highlighted that this progress is only possible through strong collaboration among policymakers, industry pioneers, and the citizens who power the system every day. Growth must be rooted in shared expertise, collective responsibility, and knowledge-driven reforms, ensuring that the future of Indian Railway truly reflects the ambition of nation determined to move forward sustainably and efficiently. The key recommendation that emerged from the inaugural underscored three immediate priorities: accelerating technological modernization through indigenous innovation, intensifying the clean energy transition to support India's net zero pathways, with railway already positioned to reduce nearly 15% of national transport emissions, and strengthening logistic integration to boost freight share from the current levels to significantly higher modal contribution. These insights have not only shaped the thematic agenda, but has also reinforced the critical role of strategic policy alignment with public-private collaboration in unlocking the next era of mobility for India. On behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce, we would like to express deep gratitude again to our distinguished speakers, policymakers, and value stakeholders for their invaluable contribution to this growth story. As we now transition into the upcoming thematic sessions, I'm confident that the insights and discussion ahead will deepen our understanding and drive actionable future strategies for the sector. Thank you so much. Now, we would like to felicitate our distinguished guests here. I would request Mr. Lohia to do the honor, please. Milind sir, if you can just step forward, please. Thank you. Ratendra sir. Thank you. And for Vikas sir, if I may do the honor, please. Thank you for the inspiring note. Looks like our engines are officially warmed up for the day. So before we get into the track, let us take a short tea break while we set the stage for the technical sessions ahead. Let us all reconvene in next 10 to 15 minutes, please. Thank you all.
এটাকে এক্সিট করে দিই রাখ তুই এক্সিট কর
हेलो हेलो प्रियांक सर
Yes, I can hear you.
हाँ सर आपको मेरा आवाज प्रॉपरली आ रहा है ना एक्चुअली आपको मैंने पिंक किया इस वजह से
Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. Sir, can you hear me?
Presenting anything, I will be only speaking.
अच्छा सर प्रियांक सर आप सर कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे ना
हाँ मैं I'll share my screen for the presentation.
ओके
Yes,
ओके
yes, yeah.
ओके
सर हॉल से बोल रहे हैं कि आप सुनाई पा रहे हैं हम लोग को?
हाँ
जी, आ
आवाज
रही है आपकी आवाज। ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
ओके सर तो हम लोग अभी म्यूट पे जा रहे हैं जैसे सेशन स्टार्ट होता है तो सर उसके बाद आप ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं आप अपना ऑडियो वीडियो ऑन जस्ट करके आपका
Thank you so much.
थैंक यू सर थैंक यू सो मच फॉर
Thank
योर
you.
এটা সেট করে দিয়ে দিন।
Welcome to the third Rail India Forum, organised by the Indian Chamber of Commerce, here in the vibrant city of Kolkata. This prestigious gathering brings together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators and visionaries to shape the future of India's railways. The theme of this year's summit is both urgent and inspiring: greening the rails, powering the nation. It reflects our collective commitment to building a railway system that is not only efficient and modern, but also sustainable, resilient, and environmentally responsible. This forum is more than a conference, it is a movement to reimagine railways as the backbone of a greener, stronger, and more prosperous India. Join us and be a part of building a sustainable railway for our nation. Together, let us chart the course toward a cleaner tomorrow and power the journey of India's growth. Welcome to the third Rail India Forum, organised by the Indian Chamber of Commerce, here in the vibrant city of Kolkata. This prestigious gathering brings together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators and visionaries to shape the future of India's railways. The theme of this year's summit is both urgent and inspiring: greening the rails, powering the nation. It reflects our collective commitment to building a railway system that is not only efficient and modern, but also sustainable, resilient, and environmentally responsible. This forum is more than a conference, it is a movement to reimagine railways as the backbone of a greener, stronger, and more prosperous India. Join us and be a part of building a sustainable railway for our nation. Together, let us chart the course toward a cleaner tomorrow and power the journey of India's growth. Welcome to the third Rail India Forum, organised by the Indian Chamber of Commerce, here in the vibrant city of Kolkata. This prestigious gathering brings together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators and visionaries to shape the future of India's railways. The theme of this year's summit is both urgent and inspiring: greening the rails, powering the nation. It reflects our collective commitment to building a railway system that is not only efficient and modern, but also sustainable, resilient, and environmentally responsible. This forum is more than a conference, it is a movement to reimagine railways as the backbone of a greener, stronger, and more prosperous India. Join us and be a part of building a sustainable railway for our nation. Together, let us chart the course toward a cleaner tomorrow and power the journey of India's growth. Welcome to the third Rail India Forum, organised by the Indian Chamber of Commerce, here in the vibrant city of Kolkata. This prestigious gathering brings together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators and visionaries to shape the future of India's railways. The theme of this year's summit is both urgent and inspiring: greening the rails, powering the nation. It reflects our collective commitment to building a railway system that is not only efficient and modern, but also sustainable, resilient, and environmentally responsible. This forum is more than a conference, it is a movement to reimagine railways as the backbone of a greener, stronger, and more prosperous India. Join us and be a part of building a sustainable railway for our nation. Together, let us chart the course toward a cleaner tomorrow and power the journey of India's growth.
Yes. What will be online? All right. So now that we are refueled and have restored the energy, the engine is officially back on track. Let's roll into the technical session 1, Roadmap to Net Zero 2030, Policies, Regulations, and Strategic Planning, which is a moderator-led session. For this session, we are honored to have as a moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Garg, IRTS CMILT, former additional member Railway Board and Secretary General CILT India and former MD Pipavav Railway Corporation, and a couple of more hats that he wears as a widely respected transport sector strategist with extensive experience in railway project implementation and policy frameworks, who will guide our discussion today. Please welcome him on the dais. Sir, please. Joining him are our distinguished speakers, Mr. Vipin Kumar, Chief Project Manager, RVNL, known for his expertise in railway infrastructure development and electrification project, contributing significantly to sustainable rail network. Sir. Mr. Sudhir Kumar Sharma, Chief Materials Manager, Eastern Railway, an expert in material procurement and supply chain management, ensuring efficient and sustainable sourcing for rail projects. Sir. Well, we have one Mr. Ranit Rana, AVP Jindal Stainless Limited, with us here today, a key executive driving the adoption of high-quality stainless steel materials for rail infrastructure, combining durability and sustainability. Sir. And one more speaker, Mr. Priyank Purohit, Principal Product Manager, Pedrol Rahi Technologies, joining us online for the session today. A specialist in advanced rail fastening system and track technologies, crucial for safety, durability, and eco-friendly rail operations. Unfortunately, his flight got cancelled in the last moment. So, with the ongoing chaos, we requested him to join online. As we all know, the show must go on. So, can we have Mr. Purohit online? Yes, he's right there. So I would now request our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Garg, to lead the session, please. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to everybody, and welcome to the first session of this conference today, organized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. We'll be, discussing roadmap to net zero 2030 policies, regulations, and strategies, planning, and sustainable railways. We have an excellent panel with us. Nidhi has already introduced them, but as we move on to them, probably I'll request the panelists themselves to briefly introduce themselves, and we move on to the session accordingly. But nevertheless, on my left, we have Mr. Ranit Rana from Jindal Stainless, Mr. Vipin Kumar, the Chief Project Manager from Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, and Mr. Sudhir Kumar Sharma, he is the Chief Materials Manager from Eastern Railway. And of course, Mr. Priyank Raj Purohit, who's joined us online. He's from the Pedrol India Limited. I think that's the name of the company. Pedrol Rahi, yeah. So I'll first, I think Mr. Priyank, I think Vipin Kumar, yeah. You have a presentation to make. So I'll request you to start with the presentation. Yeah. How much time you have, sir? How much time do you want?
10 minutes? 10
Yeah,
minutes.
Hello. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, ICC. I congratulate ICC for choosing a very apt topic. And I'm Vipin Kumar. I'm from the Indian Railway Service of Engineers, presently on deputation to Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. Extremely humbled to be leading few major infrastructure projects of the city, namely the Joka BBD Bagh metro project, part of the New Garia Damdam Airport, the Orange Line Metro, and the famous Kona Expressway that's coming up in Howrah district. I have a small presentation to make, so with the sir's permission, I begin my presentation. I have chosen a topic, I've chosen my treatise a bit differently for the topic. For this third Rail India Forum, Greening the Rails, Powering the Nation, I decided to treat it from the sustainable infra for Viksit Bharat point of view. And in that also from the metro railway, that because we are into the business of construction of metro in the city of Kolkata. Viksit Bharat 2047 is a dream unleashed. It's a dream and a vision led by the Honorable Prime Minister of our country to make India a developed country by 2047. And the basic tenets being convert India into an economic powerhouse, just leapfrog into a GDP of $30 trillion, which is approximately $4 trillion now. And the basic tenets include growth, key focus area being the economic growth, infrastructure development, social development, and technology and innovation, sustainability being the very key point, the green revolution, digital governance. We aim for energy transformation by 2030. We have major milestones of 2025 being the connectivity, that's the nation high-speed rail network implementation, the urban development by 2040, and finally a Viksit Bharat $30 trillion economy by 2047. for the people who are engaged in infrastructure construction, this is a dream unleashed truly, because we are aiming at major expansion of, say, roadways. The aim is to build and maintain 10 million kilometers of roadways. For high-speed rail, 10,000 kilometers. For metro, if I talk, the vision talks about construction of 5,000 kilometers of metro railway. For the airports, we need to increase the airports operations from to approximately from 150 to 500 plus, and similarly for the port and waterways. Now, if I were to talk about the roadmap to net zero from the metro perspective, let me just give a brief background of the metro. Metro, as it is said, just by moving the transport to the rails makes the planet greener. Now, India's first metro railway was introduced here in the city itself way back in 1984. Today, we have approximately 24 cities that are operating the metro. We have a network of about 1,036 kilometers and on date, with 779 kilometers of metro construction happening across the country. And this is very, very important, because once you shift the transport from the road to the rail, you reduce the lot of carbon dioxide emission, the greenhouse, and the other pollutants. And that is why when you are talking about, leapfrogging to 5,000 kilometers, a policy was required. So even though we started Kolkata Metro in 1984, DMRC came in the 2000s, 90s, with our first metro rail policy has come up in 2017. It's a very important policy, I would say, because I would just explain what the tenets are. But before that, why is metro railway important for any city? Just before I was listening that General Manager Eastern Railway was saying that we need to construct new cities. That's a different proposition altogether. When you do that, do that. But by the time you have these cities, GDP, India cannot become Viksit Bharat just by expanding on the economy. We are expanding on the economy, but the cities are becoming unlivable. That's not a very good thing. If you just increase the GDP and still we rank somewhere below in the Human Development Index and the Happiness Index, it doesn't make sense. So just talking from the transportation, that too from the metro railway point of view, if you have metro systems as your transportation, it requires only 1/5 of the energy per passengers compared to the road-based transport system. And of course, needless to mention that it causes very less noise, no air pollution. It's a very eco-friendly transportation system. And if it is underground, it does not occupy any space. And if it is a viaduct or the elevated, it takes just 3 meters of the median of the road. So it's a very, and those of you who have traveled, I'm sure many of you have traveled there. Just imagine Delhi today without DMRC. So it's a very reliable, comfortable and safer mode of transport, reduces the journey time like anything. And why we need to expand the metro railways here? India started, we have 1,036 kilometers. US has 1,406 kilometers. With the projects in pipeline, we'll probably overtake US shortly. But just see the gap between China and India. We have 1,000 kilometers. China is 11,000 kilometers. So even when we are aiming at 5,000 kilometers, the gap remains too big to be filled. Just see the daily ridership. India is 11.2 million. So it's like 1 crore people that is the ridership here. See China, 70 million, 700 lakhs, that's 7 crore passengers China is transporting by metro. So much of population using the mass transport system, that is what is really required. Just see the Shanghai, 830 kilometers, again, just one city that has. And I was seeing in the just day before yesterday, your government of UP is preparing a plan to have a 800 kilometers metro network by 2047. So that is the kind of expansion that we are looking at. I was talking about the Metro Policy 2017, a very important policy that talks about the PHPDT choosing of the transportation system based on the of a city. It integrates all the available mode of transport. For example, the bus transport, for example, the light rail, the monorail, the metro, etc. How do you choose? One solution cannot fit all. So it talks about, you can choose your systems in terms of PHPDT. PHPDT is a term used a very common term in transportation. It means peak hour, peak direction traffic. So if metro railway is a system that's designed to cater to these high PHPDTs, so very important for the congested cities to decongest them. If your requirement is say in the order of 40,000 to 60,000 or 80,000 PHPDT, metro remains one of the best solutions. The key objective of the policy being the sustainable urban transport, the financial sustainability, the private sector participation, the comprehensive urban mobility, and the technology and efficiency there. These are the main tenets there. The implementation guidelines, and these guidelines are being adopted now whenever we are planning a new metro. It talks about early planning. Say once a city becomes too populous, you have a lot of utilities, undergrounds, etc., and the construction becomes even more difficult. So that is why it says that you should start planning once the city has a 1 million population. That's 10 lakh population. I'll deal with the subject of today's topic, that is what could be the Metro Railways contribution in terms of net zero 2030 or the greening the India. Say let's take a case study of one of the projects, Joka BBD Bagh project. So the phase 1 and phase 2 are already operational. Phase 3 is undergoing. We are already doing the tunneling, and it gives me immense pleasure to tell you that one of the TBM Durga, the tunnel boring machine, has crossed the Turfu area, and probably by May we would be entering Victoria Station. The Kolkata, if you see, there's a third point. The population has increased. The Kolkata metropolitan area has 15.57 million with a very high population density, 8304 per square kilometers. But look at this. The road network density in Kolkata is just 6% in comparison to other cities like Delhi and Mumbai, where it is 23% and 17%. And if you see the registered number of vehicles in Kolkata, which was just 7.6 lakhs in 2001, has increased to 21.8 lakhs to 2022. So where does the emission go, and what does it happen? There is hardly any scope of widening of the roads in the city of Kolkata. So where do you take these traffic? If you don't give, the customer has to travel, people have to travel. So we have to give them the alternative mode of transport, a greener mode of transport, a more sustainable mode of transport, and that happens to be the metro railway. The chapter, and in planning of any metro rail, I'll tell you, there is a very detailed DPR that is prepared. And one of the chapters, for example, here in chapter 8, deals with the environment impact assessment. So this ensures the environmental friendliness of any metro project is ensured right at the planning stage. Look at these figures. Once the Joka BBD Bagh metro section just gets commissioned, so it is expected by 2035, initially 5 lakh passengers would be using, which would ultimately rise to 7.66 lakhs. And this would take 34,000 vehicles off-road by 2035. These are facts and figures from the DPR prepared by the RITES. And it is estimated that the reduction of accidents that is happened, it's again the data. And if you see, even the Commissioner of Police recently made a statement that even though there has been a lot of reduction in the road accidents, but still Kolkata will be a city where there are a lot of road accidents. So we have to address these issues, and these can be addressed by these kind of modern transportation system. Look at the reduction of the fuel consumption. Once this project becomes operational, it would lead to a reduction of 17 million liters of diesel, needless to mention about petrol and CNG. This is the kind of reduction in the air pollution that we can expect once the system becomes operational. Look at the carbon dioxide, 99,799 tons. That is the calculation which the DPR itself projects, apart from the other GHG. So the positive environmental impact is that the reduction in the use of fuel, the corridor says, 99,000, that's approximately 1 lakh tons of the carbon dioxide emission. And by using regenerative braking, the corridor saves 40,000 tons of the carbon dioxide emissions. And on top of that, if you have read these days in papers, we are doing compensatory for these plantation and a transplantation. In this project, there are 1,000 trees approximately that are affected in the Maidan area. And RVNL has taken one of the biggest transplantation projects in the city. We are not cutting any single tree. All the trees are being transplanted apart from the 5 times compensatory plantation. And in the metro rail, apart from these, we are also using energy efficient solutions like we are in all the these underground metro stations that are coming up. All the metro stations are planned to obtain a platinum rating from the IG Green Building Certification. In the viaduct portion, it is planned to use solar power, the use of LED lighting, and the HVAC, regenerative braking I already mentioned. And apart from that, more environmentally friendly features like the water harvesting, water recycling is also a part of the project itself. If you give me time, sir, later I will like to show you one of the videos. But before that, I'll just complete. I'll take your permission later, sir. So this is a Majerat Metro. Why I'm showing this is one of the unique, this Majerat Metro, and you see this is, I've shown the planned Esplanade area. These two are, and especially the Esplanade area, once this becomes operational, it becomes a game changer. Why? Because what GM Metro Railway was also talking about, multimodal connectivity. The transport policy of 2014 also talks about multimodal connectivity. That means metro alone is not a solution. A person, suppose you're in your house, you have to access to the metro, so nobody can be expected to walk 3 kilometers to take a metro train. And at the same time, when you get down from the station, you cannot walk another 5 kilometers to reach your destination. So if I have to take my car or two-wheeler from here to the metro station, I'll very well go from here, point A to point B by that station. So that is why the planning has to be a multimodal connectivity where the person, the passenger, the user does not have to walk more than a kilometer or 2 kilometers. That should be the maximum limit. That is why the city needs to be planned. When the metro system is to be planned, it has to be planned in the form of circles and grids. That is why you see, if you see DMRC started in late 90s, but see that today the network of DMRC, 400 kilometers. And Calcutta started first, 1984, but we are not even 100 kilometers. So we need to expand in order to have a better network in the city. Now this is an example which we have already done. Majerat Metro Station, you see on the top, that is over the track, is the Majerat Metro Station, and below is the Eastern Railway Sialda Division suburban traffic. And from one platform, from the metro station, directly a passenger can go to the platform of the this Majerat station of the Eastern Railway, which means people who are coming far-flung areas, say, Namkhana side, somebody is coming from a local, Sialda say somebody is taking a local, so he gets down and he can take the metro. Nearby is the bus stand also. So people who are using the bus stand can also get down from the bus and take the metro. So that is the kind of, we are one level higher, we are planning for Esplanade. So two stations, the blue line and the green line are already operational. Purple line is planned there. And this is what we discussed with state government also, that we can extend it towards, the new BBD Bagh station near Eden Garden, and then take it finally up to the Ganga River, where in future, Kolkata can introduce what Kochi has done, water metro, because it has a good waterfront. You can have a water metro there, and that would make the, this line which runs parallel to the Ganga redundant, and a real multimodal connectivity can be obtained. Once Purple Line Blue Station is constructed, the South Calcutta gets connected to the metro network, and this becomes the new Rajiv Chowk of Delhi, I'm telling you. Apart from this, just a highlight, we normally think that when we are talking about net carbon reduction, it's only about fuels and this. But if you see, I'll just show you here, in the construction industry, because when you're talking about project, the project is a construction and then it is operation. Construction, many of you would be surprised to note that cement production alone accounts for 8% of the total global carbon dioxide emissions. 1 ton of cement that is used leads to 0.8 to 0.9 tons of carbon dioxide emission. That's the ordinary Portland cement. That's what it does. And the concrete consumption is increasing. And that is why I started initially with Viksit Bharat. That means a lot of infrastructure is to come, which means a lot of concrete is to be used. Globally, already it is exceeding 10 billion tons a year. So now there is already discussions on going for the green concrete, the sustainable concrete. So what is sustainable concrete? So basically it means that you can't do away with cement, of course, but you can reduce the usage of the cement by using SCMs called SCMs. SCMs stands for supplementary cementitious material. That means you use fly ash or the silica fumes, or GGBS stands for ground granulated blast furnace slag. You use them as additives that reduces your cement requirement. And I'll just justify in the next slide, and maybe you'll be surprised, with seeing the figures. So if you do this, and along with the process improvements and design economy, it saves a lot on the carbon dioxide emission. Just see this. I've just taken those figures this morning itself for my own project. The total amount of concrete that we are planning to use in the underground from Mominpur to Esplanade would be around 5 lakh m3 concrete, out of which these SCMs will not be allowed in 2 lakh concrete. So in 3 lakh m3 concrete, they can be used. So approximate cement consumption in this 3 lakh m3 concrete would be 1.3 lakh tons. If you use these SCMs, which we are doing, we save 27,000 tons. So approximately in turns, it leads to saving of 24,000 tons of carbon dioxide emission. So considering 4 years as a construction period, it means you're saving 6,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year right at the construction stage. So this is where the entire construction industry has to move forward for doing their bit to make the planet greener. This is, I've brought some of the samples of a mixture that we are using, can be taken as a reference, where this is fly ash, this is microsilica, and this is GGBS. We have constructed, sir, do I have 2-3 minutes time?
We'll come to an end because
Okay, so I'll just show you one of the model rooms that we have made here. Can you just play this video from there? Can you play this video? There is a video attached. So this is near Victoria Station. We have a beautiful model room for construction, and it displays state-of-the-art technology that is being used right in Kolkata near Victoria. It has the 3D models of all these stations, the tunnels that is being done. This is the instruments that are used, to monitor the vibrations and the deflection of the buildings. That's a 3D model of the Madhyarat, and this is the proposed Esplanade station. This is a model of the tunnel boring machine that is presently working there. Thank you, and I use this opportunity to invite all of you to visit our model room and be my guest. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Vipin Kumar, for the excellent presentation and for setting the theme and tone of this session on, bringing the net carbon to zero by 2030. Without any further, I don't think we need to overemphasize the fact that metro systems around the world are one of the most important means for decarbonizing transport. And I think we are all familiar how it happens. So nevertheless, we move on to the next speaker, Mr. Sudhir Kumar Sharma, Chief Materials Manager from Eastern Railway.
5 minutes will do?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Good morning. There is a book we have all read, movie we have all seen, Alice in Wonderland. And one sentence from there is, my dear, here you have to run as fast as you can to remain where you are. If you have to reach anywhere, you have to run twice as fast. So this is where we are and why. I'll just make 3 quick points and then go to Sanjeev sir's guidance on how to take this forward. जो दुनिया हम देखते हैं वो एकदम बदल गई है और 3 चीजें जो हो रहे हैं जो मैक्रो ट्रेंड्स हैं. एक ये है कि जो आर्ग्यूमेंट हम लोग दिया करते थे इंडस्ट्री प्रोटेक्शन के लिए, डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज दे रहे हैं. नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स आ रहे हैं, जियोपॉलिटिकल विंड्स, जियोपॉलिटिकल अनसर्टेनिटीज आर वेरी हाई. That is one. Second is rapidly urbanizing India. The Vipin, what he was showing, the need for metro. We already have about say 35% people living in urban India. By another 10 years, 15 years down the line, we will have almost 70 crore people living in urban areas. And these people, the young India is aspirational, young India is educated, young India is demanding more and consuming more. What it means is that the growth that we see, which is both supply side and demand side factors, so infrastructure investment is pushing both on one side, and also catering to the aspirational needs. On the other side, there is a demand for getting more, demand for more sustainability, demand for better infrastructure. Now, when you look at all these three things combined, you see the developments are catering to basically these things. So both B2E exports are becoming challenges because of the environmental norms. B2C, consumer is demanding more. They are expecting more accountability in terms of both social and environmental. So businesses are evolving to appreciate and meet those challenges. And the scale that we are talking about, जो growth India की 7%, 8% rate पे हो रही है, this is being driven by clusters, urban clusters. It is not city-centric anymore. These are the clusters. When you see those clusters, say NCR is moving as a whole. Bangalore, Mysuru region is moving as a whole. And these clusters are demanding more, both in terms of mobility, people mobility, and freight mobility. And that is leading to, we are seeing an approach or a strategic shift that we are seeing. The strategy that India has adopted is based on pillars that address these concerns or these issues. One, the comparative advantage or the USP of business to sustain will have to factor in or will have to be based on these norms. Number two, the comparative or extension to this argument is that the comparative advantage which used to come from economies of scale and economies of scope to customization, now it is economy of connectedness, networks. How connected are you in terms of the supply chain? How seamlessly connected are you in terms of supply chain, in terms of your mobility, in terms of multimodality, in terms of different organs working together? And third, these challenges also give an opportunity. How eager and how willing are you to exploit those opportunities? So I'll give a couple of examples in terms of how people are exploiting these opportunities. Indian Railways is coming with a lot of initiatives like GCT policy. Highway, NHAI has created SPV, NHLML. They are also coming up with a policy. Port, in the morning, Ratindra was talking about a lot of work ports are doing. But how do you bring them together? So I'll just take one example. Maruti, they have a plant in Sanand where I worked as DRM. And I have seen the automobiles from about 5% moving through the rail. Now it is more than, I think it is close to 25% now. 5 rakes to 6 rakes every day. Automobiles moving through rail and then ship. So for example, Pipavav, sir, where you were, exports, Maruti is making exports from Pipavav and it is all moving through rail. Maruti is sending vehicles to Eastern India. They are sending vehicles to Southern India. They are all moving by rail, about 6 rakes per day. And it has not only increased their ESG performance, it has increased their profitability, it has increased modal share, it has made the entire thing cleaner, greener, and faster. Second example we could take is what Arvind Mills is doing, how industry is responding to these challenges. Now, Arvind Mills is world's largest manufacturer of denims. They have huge facilities in Santej and in Ahmedabad. They have taken this as an opportunity. And can you believe a chemical-based industry is net negative in terms of water usage? They take sewer water and give out, after the processing, they give to the city clean, potable water. And their connected supply chain ensures from seed to cotton to fabric to dyeing, everything is traceable. It has given them comparative advantage abroad. whatever the tariffs may come, Urban Denim is managing and growing. So opportunities are there. Railways is investing big. Highways are investing big. Ports are investing big. PM Gati Shakti tries to bring them together, but industry also has a role to play. Industry can look for these opportunities. Industry can find their bearings. Industry can use these initiatives and grow more competitive globally. Make in India for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your crisp delivery and lecture. I think you really highlighted the role of non-tariff barriers, rapid urbanization, and increased demand for sustainable, infrastructure in playing the role for bringing about net carbon emissions to the lowest level possible. And of course, the connectivity of supply chains and the exploitation of such opportunities for, again, in the wake of ESG, modal share, and sustainability in infrastructure. We move on to the next speaker. He's available with us online. Mr. Priyank Raj Purohit, Principal Product Manager, India Fastenings and SRS, Pendrol Rahi Technologies Private Limited. Over to you, Mr. Raj Purohit.
Thank you very much, sir, for the brief introduction. I hope I am audible there.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, my flight got cancelled at the last minute, and thank you, ICC, for being considerate and giving me opportunity to present online. I would like to share the presentation so that we can talk about a couple of things which we are doing for sustainability in our company. Hope my screen is visible, sir.
Yes, we can see.
Right.
Please go ahead.
So, thank you, sir. First of all, good afternoon, respected moderator, sir, Mr. Sanjeev Garg, respected panel members, present dignitaries, industry members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the organizers for taking up this very important topic, greening the rails and powering the nation. I think there is no better time than talking about this. I can say also that we are a bit late, but nevertheless, we have a lot to do in this particular thing regarding sustainability in India. But I should say that, I am proud to work in an industry which contribute to the greenest mode of surface transportation, which is railway transportation. And I'm sure most of us who are present in this forum share the same sentiment and emotion that we are part of a very sustainable, mode of transport, and we are contributing to sustainability overall. And as my previous speaker mentioned, that any investment in the railway or metro is basically not just investment in sustainability, but it also brings safety because we have seen accidents, in the roads. The statistics are very grave. So any investment in urban transport, in the railways, basically bring down the passenger on the road and basically contribute to the safety of the passenger, which is very much important for us to be a developed nation by 2047. Now, talking about my company, Pendrol, we work as a joint venture company in India, Pendrol Rahi. And Pendrol is part of the French group called Delatio. We have a very elaborated CSR program, and we call it our worldwide engagement. And we publish the CSR report every year, where we talk about what we have achieved in terms of CSR goals by talking about strategies, target, actions, and progress. And there are 5 main pillars: safety, sustainability, ethics, leadership, etc. And Delatio Group is also part of, the Global Compact. It is signatory since 2017, which basically, work on 17 sustainable development goals. These goals are oriented around human rights, international labor standards, environment, and anti-corruption. Coming to Pendrol, which is basically a manufacturer and supplier of product to the track industries in railway and urban transport. We are very much committed to our goals, for sustainability and decarbonization. And there are 4 main levers in these goals. First is customers. We work closely with the customer to identify the low carbon solution. And wherever we have alternative, we try to say or propose to customer that, see, this is the solution which contribute to less carbon emission. So this is also one of the sustainability goal which we try to do through the customer's discussion. The second is product. So we conduct carbon audits in our product. So there is an entire value chain which get audited, and there are defined method in international practice called EPD, Environmental Product Declaration, and PCF, Product Carbon Footprint, and which gives you a carbon equivalent which is being emitted in the environment, and also the other environmental emissions or impact which you have by producing the product and supplying it through the entire value chain assessment. We also work on the energy efficiency of our manufacturing site, and also we promote installing the renewable energy methods like solar panels in our manufacturing units, so that we can reduce the energy consumption from the grid, and which comes mainly from India to thermal. So any contribution come from this renewable energy is going to reduce the carbon emission in our manufacturing site. We also encourage our suppliers to adopt low carbon alternative, and we also work closely with the suppliers on achieving these goals. Our ambitions are, so we have started monitoring our scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. So scope 1 is basically the direct emissions which comes from our own operation, production units, etc. And scope 2 are basically the electricity we consume in our operations. So we are monitoring since 2019, and we have ambitious target of reducing these by 46% till 2030. Similarly, scope 3, which is basically coming from indirect emission through our value stream and supply chain. So any industry which basically rely on the partners, the suppliers, the raw material suppliers, the small product suppliers, we also rely on our suppliers. And the scope 3 covers these stakeholders, and we also work with these stakeholders, and we have an ambitious targets of reducing this by 25% from the target for 2023 till 2030. Now, talking about these and bringing the numbers here so that it gives you an idea, we have already reduced significantly our scope 1 emission, which is basically our direct emission during the manufacturing of the product. We also have scope 2 emission, which is coming from the electricity consumption, which is also a lower number, 6%. But as you can see, much of this emission comes from scope 3, where we rely on our partner to supply goods and services. And there a major chunk still remain where we are working with our partner. There is also, as government policies are coming up with more sustainable mode of transport, we also hope to reduce our freight carbon emission in upstream and downstream freight. Major contributor in this is steel, fastener, plastics, casting, etc. Now, talking about the detailed levers in reducing these carbon footprint, we, of course, as I said, we conduct audits through EPDs, Environmental Product Declaration, and find a low carbon solution after these audits to understand if we have alternatives. So why not use alternative which can reduce the carbon footprint? We also encourage using the recycled material. We also encourage circular economy solution, and we also have supplier engagement where we talk about the sustainable development goals together and try to work together. Now, talking about the audits we conduct on our product, one example is the screw spike, which comes from the supplier. So the carbon footprint, when we talk about 1 kg of screw spike, it contributes to 2.09 kg of CO2 equivalent emission. And this gives you a number, and when you improve the values chain, you bring some improvement, and then you can clearly see what is the impact, because if you can't measure, you can't improve. So by doing these audits, we actually measure what emissions are coming out because of our own products in the environment. Similarly, EPD, which stands for Environmental Product Declaration, it not only talk about the global warming potential through equivalent CO2, but it also talk about the other parameters which influence the environment, like depletion potential of the stratospheric ozone layer, acidification potential, etc., etc. It's a very elaborate study of the the product, and which we have to involve expert third parties who do a transparent audit of these product. And one example is Nabla Clip, which we supply to France. It is extensively supplied in French network and other African networks and Europe. And this example shows that about 500 grams of Nabla Clip can give you an equivalent of CO2 of 1.48 kg and the other parameter. And then it give you a benchmark to improve upon through your processes. Now, talking about product innovation, we have a big portfolio of sustainable resilient system, and all these products made from the rubber tires, which are discarded after the end of the life, especially from the buses and the trucks. These big the tires are basically recycled in established recycling plants, and these comply with the UIC and EN standard, and we basically check through very strict quality processes. And then these granules are used to make the product which are used in the tracks. These are established product like embedded track solution, Q-Track. Similarly, so these blue color track solution which you see is basically holding the rail, and then you can pour around the concrete here. So this is already being tried in India, and we see a popularity coming for these kind of solution in India. Similarly, floating slab mat. So these are the noise and vibration attenuation solution, which goes below the slab track, and which is very much necessity in the urban metro transport, where the noise and vibration can have a nuisance in the residential area. So these floating slab mat helps to reduce these noise and vibration. Coming to the conventional ballasted track, we have under sleeper pad, which goes below the sleepers, and this is also again made from the same sustainable resilient system, which is coming from recycled rubber, and this goes below the sleepers, and it reduces the forces on the ballast, and the ballast life improves, which means you need less ballast, renewals, less mining, less environmental impact. Plus, you can also reduce the ballast thickness layer by introducing these cushion through these sustainable resilient pads. So this helps overall in the reducing the environment impact. Similarly, we have under ballast mat, which are used in the transition areas between the tunnels and the ballasted track. So as we can see, these kind of innovative solution can reduce the carbon footprint by 25 to 50% compared to the alternative polyurethane-based solutions which are available in the market. And these solutions have been already installed since last 25 years across Europe, Etihad Rail, in tramways, in the urban project of metro, and these are established products. These are not experimental or new products. Coming to one of the other product, which is a fasting system. Fasting system, as we know, it's produced and installed in bulk quantity. Millions of components are installed in the track, and any small improvement can bring a significant improvement overall. So here, if I compare a traditional W14 fasting system, which is popular in Europe, and we have come with the innovative fasting system SD, which we are able to reduce through modern technology the overall weight of the components. And we can say in a per kilometer track, we have reduced 1.5 tons of raw material through our engineering and use of the right precise the material, the plastics and the steel. And this is how we are also able to reduce the 25% emission coming from these kind of fasting system. Talking about operational efficiency, we continuously work to improve. So in our Hyderabad factory, once we started producing with the line 1, we have used furnace based on the experience from UK. But as we have experienced, we could reduce the power of the furnace, which basically improve not just reducing the energy consumption, but also leads to the reduction in the carbon emission. And this is a continuous improvement process which keep on happening every time we take decision in Hyderabad factory, which basically reduce our energy consumption as well as reduce the CO2 emission which we have in the environment.
I think we've lost the link. So
We also hold
yeah.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we
Can you hear me,
lost-
sir?
Yeah, continue. But your voice is fading, I think, again and again. No, I think the link is gone again. So I think we'll.
Sorry, audible
Yeah.
now?
Okay. Can you
Okay.
quickly wind up because the link is getting faded again and again?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm towards the end of the presentation, sir. I think this is the
Yeah, I
last
think
slide.
yeah. I think we've got a hang of your whole presentation. And basically, I mean, I can say that,
Right.
you know, as a railwayman, more than 4 decades ago, we heard of Pendrol clips, which we thought was something generic. So, but it's interesting to find that actually Pendrol is the name of a company. So, but then we as young railwaymen never knew that. We thought it's some generic name that's being used. And throughout our service career, we heard of Pendrol clips. And the role, of course, I mean, we knew that it helps in fastening the track and reducing the friction and also, you know, basically making your ride smoother. So we move on now. Thank you, Mr. Raj Purohit, for your presentation. And we move on now to
Thank you,
our next speaker, Mr. Ranit Rana. He's the AVP Sales and Distribution in Jindal Stainless. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Garg. Good morning to all the dignitaries, both on and off the dais, and good morning, my friends. You know, it's always a pleasure, you know, to speak on railways because I, and of course we, are extremely proud of what Railways has done, what they are doing, and what they are going to do in the near future. So I'll just, you know, few facts which come to my mind is it's the 4th largest railway network in the world. It has a track length of about 1.23 lakhs kilometers. It operates 7,335 stations. And if you look at the passengers, you know, moved by railways, so I think it's about 23 lakh passengers per day. For Indian Railways, for metro, I think it's about 46 lakh. And if you look at the freight, it's about 4.4 million tons of freight moved by railways. So the numbers are humongous. And, you know, it's really a matter of pride for all of us, what Railways is doing. And in fact, going forward, you know, they have embarked on a very steep growth trajectory. So if you look at the number of the amount of freight that railways intend to move, it's about 3.2 billion from the current 1.6. This is by 2030. They also want to, their target is to manufacture, you know, 400 Vande Bharat trains over the next 4 or 5 years. And I was also reading that there are about 822 projects which are in progress, totaling about 20,000 billion rupees. So, so that's a huge, huge number. And even when we look at sustainability per se, I think Railways is the only organization, you know, which has taken a very, very steep target of becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2030. So, you know, when we look at global railways, you know, there are 4 areas which they are focusing on. One is efficiency. How do we increase the efficiency? Sustainability. Third is passenger experience. And fourth is optimization of freight operations. Now, since the topic for today is sustainability, so I'll just focus on that, and I quickly jotted down a few points. So allow me to just, enumerate them, and then I'll speak a little bit about them in details. So first and foremost comes material selection. So the focus is on developing lighter rolling stock, be it in terms of coaches or wagons. Second is shift from road to railways. Third is electrification. Fourth, decongestion of the railway network. Fifth, having a hydrogen economy. Sixth is renewable energy. So these are, the 5 or 6 key areas which railways is currently focusing on in terms of sustainability. Now, just coming back to each of these points, when we look at lightweight rolling stock, so we've all heard about Vande Bharat trains. And let me tell you, Indian Railways has already taken that step forward. Normally, the trains which have been running till date, they are made out of a ferritic stainless steel, low strength, but corrosion resistant. Now they have graduated to a high strength austenitic stainless steel. These are premium grades of stainless steel, which have enabled railways, to cut down about 2 tons per coach as far as the Vande Bharat trains are concerned. And there are few more components like underframes and bogie frames, which, if they are converted, it would give them a potential weight reduction of about 4 tons per coach. Similarly, for wagons also, there is a potential by using high strength material. It could be stainless steel, where it is possible to reduce about 1.5 to 2 metric ton per wagon. And, there is a study which has been done by the Institute of Energy Heidelberg, along with the global, the International Aluminium Association, where they have, analyzed what could be the carbon dioxide emission savings, depending upon the weight reduction for different categories of rolling stock. Normally, I have a presentation on that, but unfortunately today it's not there with me. But if you do that calculation, depending upon the weight reduction, which I have just and on average 30,000 wagons per annum. So over the total life of 35 years, it is possible to save 18 million tons of carbon dioxide. And just to give you an idea about what that amounts to in terms of monetary values, there is a study which has been done by Indian Railways along with a UK-based consultant, and they say that if we are able to cut down by 15 million tons of carbon dioxide, the savings would be 17,600 crores. So that's the first and foremost focus of railways, having lightweight rolling stock. And even if you look at the bullet trains, which are coming very soon on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad corridor, Indian Railways have specified austenitic stainless steel for that. Now, since there are, railway dignitaries present over here, my only, request to you is, you have converted the Vande Bharats, you have converted the high-speed trains in austenitic stainless steel, but the LHP coaches today, they still run with ferritic stainless steel. There is a huge potential of weight reduction if you convert that material also into premium austenitic stainless steel. Coming to the second point, that is the shift in the mode of transport. Yes, today, railways are at a much lower point. I think it's in terms of freight, it moves about 27% of the total freight. And the target is to increase it to 45%. Now, why is that important? Because when we look at the carbon dioxide emissions, across rail, freight and air, road and air for freight, for railways, the savings in carbon dioxide is 9.5 grams of carbon dioxide per ton kilometer. When we look at road, it's about 96 grams of carbon dioxide per ton kilometer. If we look at air, it's about 946. When we look at the passengers, the amount of carbon dioxide that gets saved is about 11 grams of carbon dioxide per passenger kilometer. as compared to 108 in terms of road and air. So it's imperative that if you are able to become a net zero carbon emitter, we must shift from road and air to railways. Second is decongestion, because electrification, as I understand, and as many of the dignitaries have already mentioned, railways have achieved almost 98% of electrification, which is extremely, remarkable. So moving on to the next point, that is decongestion of railway network. Now, I was reading that if you look at the total railway network in the country, 45% of the railway network has less than 70% of capacity utilization. About 22% has a capacity utilization between 75 and 100. About 26% is between 100 and 150, and more than 1% more than 1% is above 150% capacity utilization. So that's another area which we need to focus on. And I think one of the speakers mentioned that there is a focus on digital automatic coupler. We call it DAC. Through which, the railways, the time taken for coupling of different wagons, it's going to become automated, and therefore it's going to reduce drastically. It's the latest technology which is being applied across the world, and the European Union, they are the leaders in this, and I think they have a target of implementing DAC couplers for almost 5 lakh freight trains by 2030. Moving over to hydrogen economy. Yeah, that's another area which we really need to focus on, because if we look at what is happening globally, there are about 71 or 77 hydrogen trains which are running. And in few countries like Germany, which is the leader in this technology, they have about 41 hydrogen trains running for commercial purpose also. This is very important because in India today also, there's a trial which is going on with the hydrogen train running between Jind and Sonepat. But primarily what I've read is the hydrogen trains in India are for heritage purpose. And they intend to have about 35 hydrogen trains, but we need to move away from heritage and commercialize that. And renewable energy, we had spoken about decongestion. So these are, some of the areas which I wanted to highlight, in terms of sustainability, which could be the focus areas. There are challenges to surmount, but, given the skills, the expertise, the resources available with Indian Railways, I believe, these challenges would be surmounted quite easily, and Indian Railways is going to move to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rana, for giving us your views on bringing about sustainability in the Indian railway transport system. You mentioned various things like material selection, renewable energy, modal shift, railway electrification, decongestion of the railway network, and hydrogen trains, which can be used for bringing about this kind of sustainable move for net carbon to zero by 2030. One or two caveats which I would like to mention. Regarding renewable energy, you rightly said that Indian Railways have reached almost beyond 90% of the system on working on electric traction. The only unfortunate thing is that most of the energy that the Indian Railways is using, that is electrical energy, is drawn from thermal power stations. So therefore, you have only shifted the location of the polluting source of energy from, let's say, a metropolitan area to some other place, maybe to the pithead power plants or the port-based power plants or coastal power plants. The real challenge is to make this energy, electrical energy, coming from renewable sources of energy, then we can actually really say that we have brought about this sustainability, which we are talking about. And the other thing is about decongestion of the railway network. Very correct. That is where I think the challenge for the Indian Railways is that we need to draw the Indian Railways, that is the mainline railways, from short distance passenger traffic. I mean, that passenger segment needs to be shifted to either the metro railways or to roads, and leave the system free for movement of long distance passenger traffic and freight. Because unfortunately, the Indian Railways have underpriced the passenger traffic. As we know, that only 55% recovery of the, for each passenger kilometer that, let's say 100 rupees you are incurring, only 55 rupees is being recovered from the passenger. So that is actually, anything that you sell cheap, if you give free or cheap, people misuse it, and it doesn't really lead to the objectives that you have. So until you rightly price that thing, as John Maynard Keynes said, there is nothing like a free lunch. Somebody has to pay for it. So therefore, if we have to really decongest the Indian railway network, we have to shift this short distance passenger traffic to the metro railways or to the road, and then efficiently haul freight traffic and the long distance passenger traffic, which will therefore bring us the right kind of results. So we come to the end of this session on net sustainability coming to zero by 2030, etc. We have already run short of time. We'll probably take one question only on the condition, no observations, and the question should not be more than 10 words. And of course, if there's somebody, he can quickly introduce himself and ask a short question. Thank you.
First of all, very, very good morning. And I'm Bhushan Agarwal, President, Indian Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, sir.
I apologize for not being present in the initial time because I had some schedule. So first of all, let me congratulate, and we come from the metal industry, Shyam Metallic, and we are into steel, stainless steel, carbon steel, and we are also into the aluminum sheets we are making for, So I'm very well aware about the railway developments, what Mr. Rana said. I must congratulate this department in the system. Like I understand, it's a spine for the nation, and we have to understand and appreciate, the kind of effort what as a department of railway is taking up on the R&D side. It is a spine for the country, whether we talk of the goods, whether we talk of the manufacturing, we talk of the passengers, we talk of reducing the emission. So we are also now setting up a railway wagon plant as well, in Bengal. I think it is one of the plant after decades which is coming up. And we are also focusing on the aluminiums for the railways, stainless steel for the railways, and the carbon steel plates. So thank you so much for being here. It is our pleasure to hear a lot more on certain new development which is coming up, as we rightly said, that we are focusing on the reduction on the carbon emission, which is a great initiative and the need for the country. And I believe, we have a very large requirement to cater to our population and the growth in the country. Like when we are talking from the growth prospect, it is everything, it starts from railways and it's never end till the end. So we have to be very focused on this development side, and congratulations to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. It's nice to hear from the President of the Indian Chamber of Commerce at the end of this session. I think we'll call it a day. And thank you, everybody, for being patiently listening to the panel speakers. And I'm sure there have been some important takeaways from this session, which we can all deliberate outside during our lunch session, because the next session has to start. We come to an end in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev sir. You're always considerate. Thank you. And we thank the entire panelists for the remarkable celebration. Now we would extend our respect through the felicitation of the dignitaries. To honor the same, I would like to call upon Mr. Lohia on the dais, please. Yeah. Mr. Sanjeev Garg, sir, can you please step forward? Can we have a round of applause, please? Vipin, sir? Sudhir, sir? Mr. Rana, please. Mr. Purohit, we would get it delivered to your office. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Now we move on to our second technical session, Enlightened Electrification, Renewables and Green Freight. Of course, of course. We can have a group photograph. Sure. Request all the speakers to come on forth. Bhushan sir, would you want to join? Mr. Lohia? Thank you everyone for enlightening us with this wonderful session. Thank you. We move on to the second technical session entitled Electrification, Renewables and Green Freight. The session will delve into the key strategies, innovative frameworks and regulatory initiatives driving the transition towards sustainable and energy efficient railway operations. I would request Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, Zonal Head, East India, Jindal Stainless Limited, a stalwart in low carbon infrastructure advocacy, to join and moderate the session. However, he would be moderating the session online as due to the last moment, meltdown yesterday, he could not be, he could not travel and be present within us. I hope we have a seamless conversation. Otherwise, we have his questions ready. So either me or one of the speakers would, continue with the questions. Sir, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful.
Can you hear
We
me?
can see you. Okay. Joining us in the dais, we have Mr. Asim Kumar Majumdar, PCEE Metro Railway, a seasoned electrical infrastructure professional with deep expertise in traction power systems and clean energy integration in urban rail network. Sir, please. Mr. Kuntal Dasgupta, Chief Business Officer, Texmaco Rail Engineering Limited, bringing industrial insights into electrified rolling stock design and sustainable rail system solutions. Thank you, sir. Mr. Tapan Kumar Sinha, Chief Electrical Engineer, Eastern Railway, an authority in railway electrification and energy management, driving efforts to shift to green energy and improve efficiency. Thank you, sir. And then we have Mr. Sudeep Haldar, Chief Technical Officer, leading the mobility solutions from Jupiter Wagons Limited. Sir, please. Now I would hand over to the session moderator to continue with the discussion. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Pankaj, sir.
Thank you, Nidhi. First of all, my apologies for not being able to present in person. It's a privilege to moderate this session, and this is a very relevant topic I think this is the time when the climate resilience and relative topics has not been as much severely or as much deeply being discussed, and so much conviction and so much focus is being placed by all across the world on this topic, and railways being one of the pioneers in delivering the outcome by way of electrification, by way of using renewable sources, and working on the green freight is the target for the future. That is the topic of our session also: electrification, renewables, and green freight, powering India's low carbon rail network. Okay, so initially I would like to spend 2-3 minutes on the setting the theme, and thereafter we'll move on to the questions, because we see it's the design and creation of the future infrastructure, future set of things, all is being now driven through the basic kind of fundamental of using green technology, green ways of doing things, and sustainable practices. So as a sort of a key initiator of these enablers, like for the companies who are very progressive, they are issuing their task force based nature related financial disclosures, which are in agreement, which are aligned with the IFRS and Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity model, and as well as India's NBSAP, which is already there for the company like JSL, which is reflecting the corporate governance as well as the nature positive future initiatives being taken. Similarly, the material selection, like materials, have a very important role in guiding the world towards having a sustainable solution for the mobility, and particularly the railways. Like, for example, we are seeing a lot of effort being made in sustainability aspect these days, but just to give a comparison, like how little is the effort if we say as a percentage of total energy consumption. As per the latest 2025 report of the Energy Institute Statistical Review, in the year 1995, the total global energy consumption had 76.6% from the fossil fuels. And in the year 2025, we have got 76.4%. So in last 30 years, we could travel only 0.2%. So that is giving us a sort of a target that whatever little we are doing is too little, and we need to do it much faster and in a much bigger manner to achieve the objective. So we have to see whether India has to lead by example, because we are the opportunity, we are the land of opportunity for the world, and that is why whatever we do must become a leader's perspective, and we should be leading by example instead of following the various other initiatives, though we can learn from the people who are doing it elsewhere and all parts of the world. Actually, the time has come for innovative as well as collaborative innovations instead of individual innovations, and the competition is no longer a very good word. Now the right word is collaboration and working together. With this note, I now start the conversation, and we have with us very eminent panelists, Mr. Aseem Kumar Majumdar. He is the Principal Chief Engineer of Metro Railways, Kolkata. He will be making a presentation on the initiative that they have taken. Then we have Mr. Kuntal Das Gupta, who is Chief Business Officer, Texmaco Rails and Engineering Company. He will be addressing the various initiatives that they have taken in the green freight and what the world is doing and how Texmaco is adapting to the best practices being adopted and what are the new initiatives being taken at their end. Then we have Mr. Tapan Kumar Sinha, Chief Electric Engineer, Electric Energy, Eastern Railway. He will be also speaking on the green initiatives that have been taken in the Eastern Railway. And then we have Mr. Sudeep Haldar, Chief Technical Officer of Jupiter Wagons Limited, one of the leading rolling stock manufacturers in the country, and who have been doing pioneering work in development of new wagons and new materials, and besides diversification into other areas and things. So I would be starting the discussion from Mr. Kuntal Das Gupta, Chief Business Officer, Texmaco. Sir, for you, I would like to understand how green is the Indian Railway. We take that Indian Railway is taking up so much initiative for the green mobility, and we are talking a lot about electrification, as we mentioned in the previous conversation also. The extent of energy being used by Indian Railways is still based on fossil fuels and coal. So how do we want to change it, and how do we want to make the things more greener towards making the railways more green in the coming future?
Thank you for your question, and it's very relevant. A few things before I come to this particular point. In the last panel, there was a very good point raised at the last is we are shifting the goalpost. Railway, no doubt, has gone ahead to do the electrification, but rightly so, what's the source? Majority of them is still the coal-based energy. So if I have to look at the share, just to give some statistics, still the 50% of the generation capacity is the coal-based, and the rest, biggest is the solar, then comes the nuclear, then the wind and all those things. So still, when we are looking at green initiative, it has to be from the source till the, it's something like a cradle to grave strategy. So there is a portion that is being worked out on the source area, but let me come to the railway side of it. Typically, if I'm looking at movement of goods, railway would contribute %. By road is around 60 to 65%. So there is an immense potential from the green initiative perspective to shift from road to rail. And of course, there are other areas as a last mile connectivity, could be waterways or any other areas which could be a green initiative based approach. But when I'm looking at the rail contribution towards the green initiative, they have been doing really great. But when it comes to movement from road to rail, a lot of efforts and approach in their offerings should be done. Meaning, we still are looking at areas which is the bulk transportation, even though the green energy is coming. So we need to look at areas which is application specific or the need of the industry to carry such products. I mean, could be automotive, which is just started, could be two-wheelers, that's also started, could be white goods, could be many other, refrigerated, vans. So there are areas which probably needs to be worked, and that's where the Texmaco is coming in to design application specific as per the market needs. So when that gets implemented, I believe the vision what railway has to move from 20% to 45% in terms of carrying the freight cargo in India would be successful. That's one area of it. The second area is to make the wagon overall lighter in weight. I mean, if you're looking globally, the designs are available, and we have partnered with many leading design design people across the globe, wherein the lightweight wagons or the freight cars could be brought in, which will consume less energy. That's one way of looking at it. The second part of it is, if I'm looking at, let's say, a concept that we are also working on, the RoRo part of it, which could be a combination of, let's say, road versus rail. But then when you look at the economics, the cost also reduces, the energy consumption also reduces to the extent of 30-35%. The energy is even more, it goes up to 50%. So having said that, what happens is when you talk about RoRo, the entire truck could be the fixed trucks, which comes on to the flatbed container wagons or different specified wagons that we have to design for. It goes from point A to point B, which addresses the traffic congestion, it addresses the fuel consumption, it addresses the cleanliness, it addresses the speed. And if there is an area where the railway network is not there, the last mile connectivity can also get addressed. So when they reach the last point where the railway can come, and from there they roll on and go to the point where they need to deliver. So there are many areas within India which is hard pressed from the last mile connectivity. So such concept could be really great. So that's another area which Texmeco is working on. The third area which probably we are also missing, and there was a gentleman from the port authorities, he was also looking at many areas wherein the green initiative could be addressed. Just to give an example, we got in touch with Kandla Port and just a numbers to empty the vessel which comes in and berth and then take it to a point where they can store. Could be bulk, could be container, could be anything. In a day, a 40-ton trucks, around 22,000 trucks of such kind keeps working every day. So kind of consumption of fuel is tremendous, and forget about the carbon emission. That goes through the roof. Now, they really don't have a solution, and similar is the condition for any of the ports. Even though if you are looking at the train line coming into a section and then they kind of unload their cargo to a storage point, but that storage point to the ship or vice versa, if 21,000, 22,000 trucks of 40 tonners are commuting, it's a mess and there's something wrong, and there's a big potential for savings. And I'm really happy that we have partnered with DP World to bring in a linear propulsion technology which doesn't use the fossil fuels. Of course, the generating source has to be a fossil fuel so far. But then that is where it takes out the entire truck which is plying, and it runs on a principle of existing freight cars, which has to be modified to bring in the linear technology propulsion. And then this runs fully automated, and there is no locomotive, there is no human intervention, and it is completely governed by AI from a safety point of view. So such technologies will really help in overall bringing in the green initiative to the extent that India has a potential to implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And you mentioned 2-3 major points. One is lighter weight of wagons, then using green fuel and increasing the component of green fuel, and emphasizing on the last mile connectivity in terms of road transport, as well as short distance travel between the ports to the transportation from the local hub to the port to and fro. I think in this direction, some work has been done by Bombay Port also for a particular area, and that's very encouraging. Thank you for that. And now I come to Mr. Haldar. Sir, you being a pioneer in this industry for very long, but as Mr. Kuntal Das Gupta mentioned about the last mile connectivity and the first mile connectivity. So how do you see to bridge those gaps through some innovative ways of like besides RoRo, can we do electrical vehicles for that in last mile connectivity and first mile connectivity, and then taking them on a train to the final port of discharge, and then we doing the multimodal logistics by transferring those particular vessels to the ship if also required. So are we working on that, and how do Jupiter is working on green freight initiatives in terms of not only wagons, in terms of other means of mobility also, to sort of emphasize these logistic solutions which are greener for the future?
Thank you, Pankaj. The question is definitely relevant. Let me first tell you what the last session, Mr. Sanjeev Garg has correctly mentioned, that we have shifted the energy load just from the railway side to the energy generators, whether it is thermal energy or any other form of energy. So we have not actually done anything. We have just started using the energy, electrical energy, and started considering ourselves green. So we have to clarify and clear out the concept behind how we need to generate energy for our mobility and how green it could be. So how the energy is to be conceived. One is energy is required to move certain amount of goods. Every one of us, we know. But how much energy is the right energy or the lowest possible energy? Who can really work and calculate on that? I believe that as industries, we are very less aligned with the academic fraternities, where necessary research has to really take place in order to ensure that what is the barest amount of energy required for movement of 1 ton kilometer. We have so far no researched and established data as regards. So cutting down the energy into the barest minimum is definitely a matter of industry, academia, conjunction, and conjunctive effort. So we have to put a point first, drive home, understand, and raise the topic categorically. What sort of machines will it be? Even if it is in case of hydrogen mobility, hydrogen locomotives, finally, it either uses a chemical process or it is virtually a reaction that happens, and then we generate the heat, and the heat is converted into electricity. Once again, the electricity is stored, and the energy storage system comes back to same lithium-ion-based battery units. I really don't have any clue that whether any of the engineering institutes have ever run a course to really develop hydrogen as a fuel for heavy energy generation. Globally, there are certain trials. I also get the figures that some 70, 77 locomotives are there globally. People are trying to use it, and there is a great air about it. So if we really want the awareness to take place and happen, we must invite our academia and work very closely with them, understanding that how good we convert the chemical energy from hydrogen into usable electrical energy, and how good we store them, how good we use them. Even I have heard in our last session that and the braking power, that is one of the areas where regenerative braking is required. At the moment, we are freely using pneumatic brakes and some cases disc brakes. So the regenerative braking, generating its own energy, these are the things to be looked into. These are once again the areas of deep research and very, very associated activities with the academia superpowers. We must consult them. We are living on the technology that we either somehow copied or borrowed from the countries who have used them first or used them lavishly or accurately. So these are the areas which should receive more significance. Now I will come to a point where you said about the materials. As a matter of fact, this is where railways is really helpless. And in the being in the railway fraternity, using a particular steel, virtually the majority of the carbon footprints we inherit from the manufacturer of the steels. So the steel manufacturing process, they will have to counter confirm and commit themselves into generating steel with the lowest possible carbon footprint, so that the railways inherit wagons, coaches, and its utilities, including tracks, with the lowest carbon footprint. The steel fraternity, which is present in this particular August forum, can as well tell us about their plans from the current carbon footprint in manufacturing a ton of steel, and then what are the targets for them, or how they are working towards improving upon or reducing, so to say, the carbon footprint on manufacturing of steel. Railways are only users. They use energy, whether they generate it or they borrow it from other generating sources. So we have to understand that our scope of improvement is very limited. Well, other than railways, as Kuntal has indicated, that there are idle usage of various trucking solutions for movement of goods. Yes, we are very poor in handling, and I think integrated handling systems and solutions will find its own space in the market of mobility in years to come. And we are not far from that days where we will see this. And with this, I thank you, Pankaj. That's what I had in my mind to offer. Over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for very candid and very thought-provoking insight, because we have been talking so many things, but what actually needs to be done, there is a lot of gap, and those gaps you have brought up very well and very candidly, which we all need to work on, and we need to actually make it happen instead of a talking point, actually the deliverable, so that the gaps are lesser and there is actually an improvement towards that. And as a corporate, all of us have to work together on adapting more greener energy in our production process as well as in our day-to-day life. Thank you for that, sir. Now I come to Mr. Tapan Kumar Sinha for his views and what has been done in Eastern Railways under his guidance on the green initiatives taken by them to reduce the carbon footprint for the country.
Thank you, sir. Can I present on the
Yes, sir. Yeah, please.
The August gathering. I'll be present. My predecessors have said many things on the global aspect of the energy and how we can save, how we can transform the transportation sectors, how we can use and integrate the rail, road, waterways, so that the minimum energy we can spend for transporting. I'll be focusing on the Eastern Railway part. Let me share certain statistics with you. Eastern Railway is having 2023 route kilometer of network and 588 railway stations, dealing nearly 1.14 billion passengers in a year, and also carrying 100 million ton freight per year. Presently, this huge network of track is completely electrified, bearing few sidings, and we are dealing 80% of the traffic on electric traction. As my predecessor has said, that electrical energy consumed by the electric trains are shifting scope 1 emission to the scope 2 emission. It is true, but it is inevitable. We should use some energy to move such a huge, gigantic traffic over the railway network. Railway, Eastern Railway presently consuming 1286 million unit up to October 2025. Contributed by both traction, that means the running the train, and non-traction, that means supplying electricity to the stations and other establishments. The expected consumption during 2025-26 is 2205 million unit. Besides energy conservation efforts, Eastern Railway has been taking effort to harness green energy, more and more green energy, to offset the scope 2 carbon emission caused by the purchase of electricity from the thermal power plants. Although the electricity we are consuming may be a mix of hydropower and thermal power, we are not sure how much percentage we are purchasing from the thermal power. The harnessing solar power, we have already installed 24.6 megawatt plants over the Eastern Railway network, and expected to generate 23.68 million unit green energy annually. This energy generated is fully utilized by the loads, non-traction loads. For traction front, we are trying to install water-based or land-based power plants, so that it can be directly fed to the Weichi and it can be used by the running of the train. Further, we have planned for 10 megawatt solar plants in PPP mode, where the companies will come, install the plants, generate solar energy, and sell us in at a lower price. So that is, and we'll be looking forward that in the years to come, up to 2030, we'll be implementing more and more solar plants through PPP mode. Eastern Railway has a fleet of 478 electric locomotives. Out of that, 473 locomotives, out of 713 locomotives, which are three-phase locomotives. And my previous speaker has told that regenerative braking. So these 478 three-phase locomotives are generating 131 billion unit of green energy up to October 25. This is the actual figure we have collected. Similarly, there are EMU rakes. There are 231 rakes. Out of that, 89 rakes are having three-phase technology and also generating 59.83 million units of regenerated energy. Therefore, on green energy front, Eastern Railway had generated 107 million unit of energy up to October 25, comprising of both solar and regenerative braking. This amounts to 10% of the total energy we are being purchased from the different electricity utilities. We have also adopted many other measures by which we can save the energy, like LED, like BLDC fans, star-rated appliances and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for your insight. So you majorly focused on practices which are helping in reducing the energy consumption, like regenerative braking, and as well as your plans of working with the private partners for establishing solar plants to further use the green energy for your actions. Thank you so much, sir. Now I come to Mr. Ashwin Kumar Majumdar, Principal Chief Electrical Engineer, Metro Railways, Kolkata, to make his presentation, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Haldar said that Indian Railways are helpless. I will give the presentation to show that we are not helpless. We have a plan at national level, and through my presentation, I will also show what Indian Railways as a under Ministry of Railways has done for only for the nations, for the humanity, and what Metro Railway has done for that. But before claiming Metro Railway's contribution, I will tell you the comparison that when Ram went to Lanka to fight the war with Ravan, then on the sea, lot of stones were thrown, the bridges were built, and sands were filled. Then a group of squirrels came there. Their tails, they were moving the sands. Those were boulders. And that work was not required for Ram, but Ram picked up the squirrel and he gave his hand on the squirrel, and you will find the 3 lines on the squirrel. The role of the Metro Railway in Indian Railways contribution is just like a squirrel that I will show. You see the key statistics of Indian Railways. In 2019, we have energy consumed is 21 billion units. And in 2030, we will consume 72 billion units. In 2019, we have consumed diesel of 2.4 billion liters. And in 2030, we will consume only 0.2 billion liters. And carbon emission by Indian Railways is 23.2 million tons per year. And in 2030, 70 million tons will be generated by Indian Railways, and there is a plan and there is a target which has been declared by Honorable Prime Minister in his speech in 15 August that all 60 million tons by himself. And you see the effects on the blue color are the traction electricity, and the brown color is the non-traction electricity, and the arrow line, the line is of the consumption of diesel. You will find that in 2021, this is a figure. It is not on the paper. You can think what is the effect of using LED lights, 100% LED lights throughout India. What is the importance of a BLDC fan throughout Indian Railways? You can see the impact has been already seen. it has reduced drastically in 2021, not only in traction, also non-traction, in spite of the number of trains increase. Then there are three scopes has been already defined by Indian Railways. Net zero for achieving net zero, direct CAG emissions. Scope 2 is electricity indirectly emissions and other indirect emissions. And you will find the India's commitment as a nation to the world is in 2030, the commitment has been given that we will achieve by this thing on 2030. And what was the national progress in 2020 has been mentioned. Item number one, emission intensity of GDP. But GDP, if there is a growth of GDP, then there has to be a more carbon emissions. But GDP emission intensity per GDP has to be reduced by 33% to 35%, but we have already achieved 28%. To increase the share of non-fossil based energy resources to 40% of installed electric power capacity, we have already achieved 38.5%. And to create an additional cumulative carbon sink for 2.5 to 3 gigaton carbon dioxide emissions, we have achieved, that figure has not still under calculations, but 1,42,684 hectares already has been forested, has been done. And net zero carbon emissions for railways, there are four pillars: shift from diesel to electric, reduce energy consumption, adoption of carbon neutral low carbon resources, and carbon capture or sequencing emissions. And the shift from diesel electric. You can see the green color is the total broad gauge route kilometer and total electrified route kilometer figure. And you can see by 2024, we have already achieved 98% electrifications. That is not, and 45% electrification happened in 5 years. That is a great achievement by Indian Railways. And if you see the graph is showing electrical gross ton kilometer percentage. That is a blue line on the top line, and the bottom line is the diesel percentage used for the carrying the load of the goods train. You will see it is the percentage is reducing. 2020-30, we will achieve 97% by the electric transport goods train and 3% only by the diesel one. And you see the regeneration. It has been told that we are vacuum brake, disc brake. Our majority of the fleet are provided with energy, regenerative energy, and in already this Metro Rail Kolkata, IIT Kharagpur has a lot of contribution in designing this Metro Rail Kolkata. There is a communication, there is a relationship between the academia with the railways also. You can see that how the regeneration in billion units in loco as well as EMU has happening there. These are the contribution by Indian Railways. And I have planned for thermal and renewable power. By 2030, you can see the graph. The renewable energy graph is the green one. You can see that it is rising. and the thermal one is in the yellow color. It is reducing, and the total you can see that this graph has been, the trend has been already shown, the past has been already seen. And investment, nothing achievable without investment. These are the investment, planning investment by Indian Railways up to 2030 for the round the clock. RTC means round the clock supply will be there, wind energy and solar standalone energy. These are the cost has been already written in crore. 25,000 total cost is 78,300 crore shall be spent by Indian Railways to become net zero Indian Railways by 2030. This amount of expenditure shall be done by the Indian Railways. Now, these are the Indian Railways. We are the Metro Railways, tiniest zone of Indian Railways, and we are just a squirrel contribution for the Rams attacking the Ravan. Now you can see that we have a very scope is very minimal. Our we cannot put a windmill here. We have a very less scope for providing solar panel, but we have gone to various levels. You will find, I will show you the innovative way to reduce the losses. First, we are the only metro railway in India, the blue line, which has never used a single DG set for even for a 1 second. The credit goes to Calcutta Electrical Supply Corporation, who has never given us a load shedding of even 1 minute. And by that DG set, we are all the metro are coming with DG set, but we have never used any DG set. Now, what we are doing now, Metro Railway Kolkata is the first zone of Indian Railways and first metro railway in India, and probably the first in Calcutta and first in West Bengal, shall have battery energy storage system using lithium iron phosphate battery. It will be operated in January 26. It is a pilot project for Indian Railways, and after the success of this project has been already under commissioning, it will be start operation in June. Government of India and Ministry of Railways has already advised all the zonal railways to procure base, and we will not stop here in base. Next step, we are ready for the after January 2006, we will go to TESS. TESS is a traction energy storage system. You will be surprised to know that Bangladesh Metro operate with TESS. What is TESS? When the train shall start, it shall draw current from the battery, and when the train shall break, they return back those energy to the battery. We have already, sanction has been already given. We will float a for TESS. We will not allow for regenerative braking energy to be consumed. There should be another train, not only another train nearby, that it is to one should be accelerating, one should be braking. That condition it can work, but with the application of TESS, that is not required. The moment energy shall be generated, it shall be absorbed. That we will also do. And this is the glimpse of the base under installation and commissioning. It will be operational in January 2026. Then we are the first Indian Railways and first Indian Metro who has banned stocking of lead acid and nickel cadmium battery. Lead acid battery destroy your lungs, and nickel cadmium battery destroy your nervous system. Nickel cadmium battery is banned throughout the world except in India. They are dumping all nickel cadmium battery from Europe is getting dumped in India, and but we have banned it. What we have shifted to the lithium iron phosphate battery. You can see that there is a two room. One is with a, this one is lead. This is not lead. This is lead acid, but it is a Plante battery. It can work up to 15 years. Those Plante battery has been replaced by a small, same capacity, by the battery charger size and the battery size is same. You can see that you have not constructed a battery room for there. You can put it in the substation itself at the corner of the substations. We are procuring this battery from, it is coming from Canada, and it is now it is going to be a stock item in Metro Railway. Solar plant, we have a very limited scope, and we have a only 4 megawatt already installed, and our target is the board has already sanctioned. It will be not in a PPP model, it is a capex model. We will purchase, install it, and our capacity will be 31 megawatt, and the yearly saving will be of 31 crore, and 51,000 ton per year carbon emission shall be reduced. And this is the replacement of steel third rail by composite aluminum third rail. It is this Kolkata Metro Railway was constructed in 1970s. Nobody heard that time that there was the aluminum third rail. Around the world, it was a steel third rail. And we, all the upcoming corridors are coming with aluminum third rail. But the main challenges is the replacement of the existing third rail of the 41-year-old corridor. And already is we will, when this aluminum third rail will help us to run train easily at 2.5 minute headway, and we shall be able to run train with 90-second headway also. And calculation show, and the money spent on will be returned back within 5 years, and you can see that the yearly saving shall be 50 crore, subject to the train runs at 2.5 minute headway throughout the 100 kilometer route kilometer, and reducing is 80,000 ton per year. And you can see that Kolkata Metro Railway is already a member of the elite club of London, Moscow, Munich, and Istanbul, who has also replaced their steel third rail. They have replaced their steel third rail by shut down the services. But we have not shut down the services even for a second. And you can see that they are showing the V sign that day that the phase 1 was completed, and all the planning has been done by an Indian, Mr. Sumit Koyal. You can see him. He is the main force behind it. He designed it, and the challenge is that the aluminum third rail, the steel third rail is height of rail. You have to keep it at the same level, and you have to work that amount, which, because you have to, next day you have to start the commercial service. So he has first tried in the yard section, then after that slowly weekly he did 100 meters, 200 meters, then it has now extended to 1 kilometer, and you have never seen that there was a single minute shutdown of train operations. The credit goes to the 200 laborers, faceless laborers working in our organization on under the contractor. And upgradations of TVS and ECS, this is also everybody here is saying about the carbon dioxide. as if it is a giant. But carbon dioxide is our protector. If by all means, by the power of God, if you remove the carbon dioxide from the earth, all will be a dead body. Because carbon dioxide gives a blanket on us. It is keeps on. But what we are doing for the progress of the humanity, we are creating God has decided a percentage of the carbon dioxide. We are violating that percentage. So it is our responsibility to reduce the percentage. What we have done in this TVS ECS system, TVS is tunnel ventilation system, ECS is environmental control system. The tunnel ventilation, you will understand, environmental control is the air conditioning. This area is air conditioned, but our metro is not air conditioned. It is environmental control. Why? We cannot, you can set the temperature of 15 degrees centigrade. But in metro, we cannot set the temperature at 15 degrees centigrade, because if we set the temperature below 28 degrees centigrade in Kolkata, the subsoil temperature of Kolkata shall increase. What is subsoil temperature? Subsoil temperature is the temperature of the soil throughout the year. It varies season to season. Why it is important? The mango, how he knows that the summer has come. I have to blossom, I have to mango. These are sent by he feels that the summer is coming, not by the temperature of the air, by the soil of the temperature of the soil.
Sir, can you please wind up soon?
Yearly savings, I have shown. Regenerative braking, our all 37 rakes have regenerative braking. Use of BLDC fan, I have shown. And removal, this is the most important thing, how we decide. In 1970, in metro railway, you have to use a dry type transformer. There cannot be a oil. So those days, only 11 kV transformer was available, and CSC was giving a supply of 33 kV. What we did, 33 kV was reduced to 11 kV. We make a 11 kV ring throughout the metro railway, and there was a 33 kV ring. Now the technology has upgraded to the 33 kV transformer is available with dry type transformer. Now we are removing those rings, 11 kV rings. We are removing. All our transformer rectifier shall be of 33 kV by 415, 33 kV by 750. This investment has been done by Indian Railways, and there is also saving by the reduction it.
Sir, can you please wind up because
two, three slides. Leaves with regenerative brakings we are introducing, and you will find that how much saving is done. Earlier 30 kilowatt, now it is 14 kilowatt. All air conditioning machine has been split, AC has been removed. VRF air conditioning is being introduced. Yeah, this is important contribution for the Kolkata, that we consume 18 crore liter of underground water to keep our station at 28 degrees centigrade, 18 crore liter. And the water depletion in the area of the Kolkata where the metro is going is 5% in compared to other area where it is depletion is 2%. There is also a saving. We will remove all the water cooled chiller. We use a air cooled chiller. Within 3 years, all shall be converted to air cooled chiller. So that you will, there is a calculation. They not only to raise this water 18 crore liter, we use 9,000 megawatt hour energy per annum. Those will become zero, and 1,907 ton of carbon dioxide shall not be generated. Summary, this is the last. the total contribution of it appears big, but if the contribution of Indian Railways it is seen, it is a drop in a ocean. Our contribution, Metro Rail Kolkata's contribution for the humanity, that we will all these things. It is not that planning. It has been already established and it is under commissioning. We will remove 182,372 metric ton of carbon dioxide and conserve 18 crore liter of water, groundwater annually. We have consumed 40 years, 720 crore liter of groundwater we have already consumed. This is thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for very candid and fact-driven presentation, which gives a lot of hope in the present scenario. And we sincerely appreciate the efforts taken by Kolkata Metro towards the green initiatives. Thank you, everyone, for your.
Thank you. That's
Wonderful.
undoubtedly a lot of information and data and a lot of strategy that we came across. Very, very engaging. But unfortunately, since we are running out of time, sir, we will have to wind this up.
Yes, because we won't be able to take any questions because we have
Yes,
overshooted the time.
can we just take one question? And if you have, otherwise we can just wind this up. Or you can take this up separately with the speakers offline. Okay, thank you. Quickly, we would now extend our respect through the felicitation of the dignitaries. May I request Sanjeev Garg, sir, to please do the honor. Mr. Kuntal Das Gupta. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Mr. Asim Kumar Majumdar. Thank you, sir, so much for the insights. We're really grateful for your contribution today. Thank you. Mr. Tapan Kumar Sinha. Mr. Sudeep Haldar. And we would have a quick group photograph after this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we move on to the third session for the day, which is Innovation for Sustainable Station and Rolling Stock. This session will explore the latest technological advancement and design innovation that are transforming railway infrastructure and operations. For this, we would want to invite Mr. Rajaji Mishram, independent transport sector expert, a respected advisor on global sustainable transport practices, to steer our final technical session. He wears a couple of hats as an industry expert, which I'll allow him to share moving ahead. Sir, thank you. Mr. Manish Jain, joining him as Principal Chief Safety Officer, Metro Railway, a dedicated safety and operations expert, ensuring that modernization goes hand in hand with commuter safety and reliability. Thank you, sir. Mr. Gangesh Chaturvedi from Tata Steel, bringing steel industry excellence and sustainable material expertise for station infrastructure and rolling stock. Please, sir. Can we have a round of applause? I understand we are late for lunch, but we'll have to bear for next 30 to 40 minutes more, please. Mr. Permanent Sharma, PCME, Principal Chief Mechanical Engineer, that is Eastern Railway, responsible for maintenance and life cycle sustainability of rail assets, a key voice in ensuring long-term durability and green operations. Wonderful. And online we have Mr. Vipul Sharma, Associate Professor from Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, a research-oriented thought leader blending technology, sustainability, and innovation for the railways of tomorrow. I hope we can see him. Is he there online? Wonderful. So, Mr. Mishra, I would request you to take forward. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and I really thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for allowing me to moderate this session with very esteemed speakers. And the style that I would like to follow is to have a conversation, because we usually don't have such erudite and accomplished people together in the dais, and listening to their thoughts, answering my maybe sometimes a bit of tough questions would really enlighten us. I've been a consultant all my life. I was started in the railways, but I've been a consultant, and consultants like jargon. We like abbreviations. So I have come up with an abbreviation today, and that abbreviation is backup without the U. Now, what does that mean? And it is in the context of today's topic, which says, innovations for sustainable stations and rolling stock, technology, financing, and global best practices. So what is this jargon that I've come up with? Backup without the U. So B stands for Bhopal. Bhopal generates 850 tons of waste every day. Indian Railways is equivalent to that. Indian Railways generates 670 tons of waste per day, but this is not counting what waste is generated in railway colonies. So the B stands for Bhopal. So whenever you think of waste and railways, think of Bhopal. Bhopal creates as much of waste as Bhopal does. A stands for Agra. Agra consumes close to around 3 billion units per year. That's the power that it consumes. And that's the power that is consumed in all the railway stations, in the offices of the railways. So A stands for Agra, for the power consumption equivalence of railways. C stands for Chennai. Why Chennai? Chennai consumes 17 billion units of power every year. Railways, as you saw in the previous presentation also, it's around 25 billion. So in terms of energy consumption for operations, Chennai is equivalent to railways. K stands for Kolkata. Now, railways consumes 800 million liters of water per day in its operations. This does not include the water that is consumed in its railway colonies, stations, and hospitals. This is equivalent to the 800 million liters per day is equivalent to 60% of what Kolkata consumes. So railways, in a way, in terms of its water consumption, is equivalent to Kolkata. And the last, I couldn't accommodate the U, but the P stands for Pondicherry. Now, Pondicherry consumes 2,000 metric tons, 2,000 metric tons of diesel in a year. Now, North Central Railway, they were actually using diesel generator cars in their 142 trains. They moved on to head-on generation. So when they did this, they saved close to 2,700 metric tons of diesel in the year. And this is just for April to July. It's not even for the full year, it's just for April to July. So what I wanted to kind of highlight by this small analysis is that railways in its consumption of various resources equivalent to certain cities. That is the scale of operation that railways has. And any kind of sustainability moves that railways does is going to have a huge impact. The one fact that really struck me is that Pondicherry's entire diesel requirement can be fulfilled by railways saving its diesel consumption in 142 trains. Just think about it. If railways did this head-on generation across, how much of diesel, how much of foreign exchange will save, and how much of this resource will be available to other cities in India. So with that kind of a background, I would kind of address my first question to Mr. Gangesh. And my question to you, sir, is that, given your international experience, you're a leader in Tata Steel, you head the exports division. So, the topic that we have, which is innovations in railway stations and rolling stock, I would want to hear your overall comments about it first.
So, thank you, Rajaji. First, a larger context. So, the work of mine has taken me all across the globe for last 30 years, primarily around Europe and US as well. And currently in this profile, I'm handling exports and have led digital transformation across value chain. In the current context, and we are aware from Tata Steel side broadly, we are multiplying growth. So let's say our capacities are at a level of 24 million tons and we want to take it to 40 million tons. So kind of what we would have done it in last 100 years is what we plan to do it in next 3 years. And hence, moving away from at a larger global level, this will be led by technology for sure. Also look at technology alone will not be able to put it across, so it has to be funded. And hence finance becomes the backbone. What has also taught is one use case, which means from think big, start small and scale fast. One use case enables the horizontal or vertical deployment across as well. In the technology space, one of the pieces that we have put across is smart stations. And we have our own railway track as well, internal within the plant as well. And these stations, one of the examples that I can put up is solar energy, which is more so from point of view of being carbon friendly, to keep it very, very short. To ensure lights within the stations are being there, they are being used, and smart energy systems are being deployed there as well. This does not move in isolation. So it moves with the group theme of 3S now, which is simplify, synergize, and scale. And that's how we build up over a period of time. What has caught on in the technology space related to sustainability, while there are many tools that can be used, but if I were to put up a Pareto here and say what are the commonly used ones are artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and when these are put up in the digital journey with their pug marks as well, then in the AI space, there is a lot of work which is getting done. This is related to essentially two parts, which is reduction in carbon emission, which is also linked to green steel and friendly steel as well, being used at multiple touch points. And since we have multiple plants which are spread across geography, a lot of data is being used. So smart manufacturing essentially, which I will touch upon later as well, is being taken up. The other part is from financing point of view, we are aware the green bonds and public-private partnerships are the two major points coming up. In the best practices of what we would have seen, because we have a automotive vertical as well that puts across the green steel across the industry. The green steel and much high tensile steel is being put up there for longevity and ensuring safety of the passengers. This is linked to sustainability as well. From best practices point of view, first India. So my own experience there has been, last 5 years have been environment conscious manufacturing and deployment that has taken place. And we as suppliers are committed. Second part is top 5 that if you were to look at would be backed by Japan, Italy as well, Germany, Singapore, and one more will put into these two brackets. And they have taught us in terms of how to move ahead in the sustainability direction. So that's the first point of view, Rajaji, from my side.
Thank you for that comprehensive kind of overview. I would now move to Mr. Manish Jain. Is that, since you're from Kolkata Metro, I just wanted to know upfront, from to increase sustainability of operations, what is Kolkata Metro doing?
Thank you, Rajaji. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I answer your query, I was just reading about a study done by TERI for the Delhi Metro. So they said on an average, metro commuter, when he shifts from road to metro, for every passenger kilometer, the savings in carbons is 32 grams. Now, this may look a very small figure, but if we look at Kolkata metro operations alone, which is we have about 6.1 lakh passengers per day, with an average lead of about 12 kilometers, it comes to 200 metric tons of CO2 saving per day, Kolkata metro alone. And if we extend it to the metro systems all across the country, which has crossed 1,000 kilometer now, it would be somewhere like 3,000 tons of CO2 savings per day. I'm emphasizing the word per day. So metro itself is a very, very good initiative in terms of sustainability. Then within that, how do we increase the sustainability further? Mr. Majumdar has just in the previous session given a lot of inputs about solar powers, saving in water, aluminum third rail. So those are the initiatives which have already been taken. Other than that, what I, as a metro manager, we need to increase the metro network and we need to increase it intelligently. Intelligently how? That just by increasing kilometers, it does not, it does not attract more commuters. Like recently in the month of August, we had this connectivity between Havda and Shalda, which has overnight jumped our ridership by 1 lakh per day. So we have to make the metro network in such a manner that we have connectivity all around. We already have connectivity at Esplanade between the two lines. Our one more connectivity is going to happen in Sector 5 IT Park very soon, which is the line, part of the line from New Gadia to airport. Then we have connectivity with the suburban systems at Majirhat, what Vipin told in the morning. Then at Damdam Cant. Now, when we talk about metro, I think some of the speakers were talking about first and last mile connectivity. So recently, Metro Railway Kolkata has tied up with the app-based cab and motorcycle riders, where we give them designated spaces in and around our metro station. So idea is that if a person can have a door-to-door connectivity, he would use metro more and more, and that will increase the sustainability and that will reduce the emissions. And one more point I would like to highlight is that to the best of my knowledge, Kolkata Metro is the only metro which is giving student concessions. No other metro in the country, we have asked through our contacts and through various forums. We are the only ones who encourage students to travel in metro when they are going to the school or going back home. So idea is we have to increase, we have to shift people from road to metro, and that is going to increase the sustainability in the long run. And one more last point which I would like to make is that there's an initiative of the Ministry of Urban Affairs. There's a society called iMetro. We have recently become a member of it. All the metro systems in NCRTC, which is that Delhi Ghaziabad project, they are also members. So we collaborate on that forum through that society, and we are looking for best practices in terms of energy efficiency or sustainability, and we try and learn from each other so that everybody benefits and the benefits are passed on to the citizens of the country as a whole. Thank you.
I particularly like this point about student concessions because I have personally seen even a maid who works in our house in Delhi, when the public transport is made free and women can travel in a safe mode, it actually enhances the employment percentage in women. So I really appreciate the point that you made on student concessions. So that brings me to Mr. Parmanand Sharma. So sir, we, of course, the pride of India today is Vande Bharat, but our topic is sustainability. So my question to you is that, what are the sustainability aspects of the Vande Bharat trains?
Really a surprising question. I think In technical session 1, you all heard Mr. Rana is speaking that railway is about 6 to 10 times more efficient mode of transport in terms of per passenger or per ton of freight rate. So railway itself is the optimum mode for sustainability. And now this question of Vande Bharat being further enhancing the sustainability, I will like to dwell on some features of Vande Bharat, which will let you know. You see, sustainability basically will come from saving of time and saving of energy. Passengers want quicker transport. For quicker transport, if we go for a very high horsepower type of thing, high horsepower loco, shorter train for quick acceleration, etc. So the conventional trains don't fit the bill, because conventional train with single loco, no matter how much horsepower I put in the locomotive, the acceleration will be limited and will be taking longer time. And it is there where that the design development of this distributed power system comes into play. In Vande Bharat, we have 4 coach set unit, and each coach set has a, you can say, a locomotive, a motored coach with a horsepower of approximately 1/5 or a conventional locomotive. But then there are, in a 16 coach formation, there are 4 such motor coaches. So the acceleration is very fast. And most of the electrical engineers that are here who will be knowing that the loss in motors is I square R, that is the current being drawn that generates the heat. When acceleration is very fast and I reach my balancing speed of say 130 or 160 kmph very quickly. After that, it's only the back EMF comes into play prominently, and only the wind losses, the velocity, the resistance being offered by wind has to be taken care of. Similarly, in braking, if I go for conventional air brake system braking, the energy loss is too high because that energy gets dissipated as heat. But here with a regenerative braking system, and that too in 4 units separately, the almost entire energy gets regenerated, which would have otherwise been dissipated as heat. So this energy saving, I would like to give an example. One Vande Bharat we are running from Howrah to Gaya. The complete travel from Howrah to Gaya and back consumes about some 14,000 kilowatt hours. And in braking, we are able to generate back about 3,000 to 3,500 kilowatt hour, depending on travel condition. Many a time the train stops more because of some reason. Many a time it gets a more through run. So this regenerative braking, but so you can imagine 25% of energy we are saving back. And this energy consumption is in itself about 20% less than the loco hauled trains consuming the energy. So that way the Vande Bharat is optimum for quick travel. It can carry more number of passengers, shorter time, and as the quick travel is there, the line capacity utilization also improves with that. So considering all these factors, the Vande Bharat is definitely a step ahead in railways. Otherwise, as I told you initially, railway itself is the optimum mode for sustainability in transport. Thank you.
तो मेरे दिमाग में ये आ रहा है सर, सोने पे सुहागा, मतलब बढ़िया भी चीज है और वो सस्टेनेबल भी है, तो इससे बढ़िया और क्या चाहिए? So
systems will be getting better with more research and more experiences.
Definitely.
We are not to stop at the Vande Bharat, and research team is constantly working on that.
Sure. So that brings me to Dr. Vipul Mishra, and he is of course there online. So if he can hear us, he is of course from the Department of AI and Data Analytics in the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. So Dr. Vipul Mishra, I will start with a very basic question because I first of all want to understand what's the difference between data analytics and AI. I, as a person who has been involved with railways for the past almost maybe 20 plus years, I know that railways generates a lot of data. I mean, look at the number of trains that ply every day, the number of passengers that travel every day. You have data from voice, you have data from passenger reservation system. So much of data is there. So I thought you can analyze that data. You can do data analytics, right? But how is it different? How is artificial intelligence different? Can you just throw some light on this? Maybe first a very basic question before we move on to maybe more deeper questions. You're on mute, I think.
Yeah, I hope now audible. Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you so much for considering me as in the online. Unfortunately, my flight cancelled in the last minute, so we do not have choice to come as online. Now let's talk about little bit artificial intelligence and data science. So before moving forward on artificial intelligence and data science, you can say these are the two sisters or two brothers, whatever nomenclature we want to give, we can give. So before moving forward, we can say there are four major things that comes into the picture. One is descriptive analysis that gives answer from any data that what happened in the history. Second important point is the diagnostic analysis that also giving the answers from the data. Why did that particular event happened? Now these two things are talking about the history, why it happened and what happened. So whenever we are answering these two questions, this comes as a data analytics. Now based on the data that is available in the history, can we the picture, ML algorithms comes into the picture that will tell what will happen in near future. Now, if we got the answer, what will happen near future? Now the next question comes, how will utilize this information? So then the important question comes, what we should do to tackle this problem or utilize this information that is coming from the predictive analysis, what will happen in the future? And then the fourth terminology comes prescriptive analysis. Now these four terminologies, so you can say some is talking about the future, some is talking about the past. So whenever we say we want to get the information from the past, it's a data analytics. When we say we want to get information of the future, it's AI and machine learning or deep learning. This terminology comes into the picture. Now this is just a layman. Let me give an example where this how we can utilize this data and do this analysis. We already have lots of data from the passenger reservation system, that PRS systems, or we have lots of data from the freight or POS data, right? So let's take example of this PRS system. With this PRS system, we can do the forecasting of the passenger reservation. Now, once we say forecasting of the passenger reservation, that will become the predictive analysis. But prior to that, we want to information what is the seasonality in the system. What are the stations where we have maximum number of reservations? What are the routes which are most popular in the Indian Railway or in any other system? Once we want to answer these questions, what happened in the previous, that's become the data analysis. Now, based on this data analysis, we are doing the forecasting. What will be the demand in future? Once we get the demand, a particular route or particular season, that will become the predictive analysis. Now the question comes, how we will utilize this information in the Indian railway system? Now we want to introduce new trains. Then this information will be very important, which routes are very popular. And that comes from the data. It's not like a rough decision. It comes from the data. These routes have the maximum passengers traveling and current trains are not enough to tackle that. Similarly, we can plan special trains every time we have Diwali trains, special trains in the Holi, special trains in the vacations. Now, giving this information from the data, that will have a better outcome, better utilization of those trains. So this is the prescriptive analysis comes into the picture, which route I have to run the new trains or which route I have to run the special trains. Now again, once we say new trains, the important point, we have multiple routes. So which route you have to follow, that will come into the prescriptive analysis. This is one example that maybe you can utilize the PRS system straightforward. Then if you look into the locomotive itself, you can see locomotive have lots of sensors inside the locomotive. We are using these sensors to whenever some fault happened. But why not we are using these same sensors to do the predictive maintenance? Why not we can utilize these same sensor information to make the digital twin of the system? Sir is talking about the Vande Bharat train, and Vande Bharat train have plenty of sensors installed in the entire Vande Bharat. Why not we can make a digital twin of Vande Bharat and doing lots of research on that? Like if I will tweak this parameter, how it will enhance my capability in the maybe the torque generation, how we can reduce this particular parameter so that it will reduce the carbon footprint or the requirement of electrical supply. So these all things comes into the picture whenever we will utilize this data efficiently and make the digital twin or doing the predictive maintenance. So in that way, I want to describe like how we can utilize this information either coming from the voice or coming from the, you can say the locomotives or the entire train itself. So I hope I am able to. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you answered it well. आपकी बात सुन के मेरे दिमाग में आया कि डेटा एनालिटिक्स डॉक्टर की तरह है जो ये देखता है कि आपके साथ क्या मतलब क्या है और वो बताता है, और जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एस्ट्रोलॉजर की तरह है, वो भविष्य बताएगा. At least, you know, in layman terms, that's what I understood. So thanks for that comprehensive.
Just to add on something that he said. So I think artificial intelligence, from customer point of view, and I'm just deviating slightly, let's say brand Apple, I had the opportunity of meeting when they launched in India, Mr. Tim Cook. And he said, we deliver before customer thinks. Now that's amazing, which means you're going beyond predictive analytics. And let's say if you're thinking your needs after half an hour, he will deliver you before half an hour. So it's beyond Maslow's hierarchy of need of self-actualization as well. Within artificial intelligence, a lot of work which has happened around scheduling and sequencing as well. We don't realize. So why a train, how can a train come on time? How can a train reach on time? As an engineer, how do you plan your different trains which are there? In logistics as well, let's say, how do you prioritize, which is recently come out in a commercial versus passengers as well. And these are little small applications which are a part of our life. This is linked to metadata where artificial intelligence has taken on in a much larger way. In what would have taken, let's say, 5 years, for example, it does it in less than 1 minute in terms of the algorithms are defined right. And accuracy is question, which is okay, but at least it has in business decision making as well.
True. And I think my daughter, what should actually take 5 hours, does an assignment in 5 minutes using ChatGPT. So that is also one consequence. So I'll come back to you. I mean, the question that I have to you is that steel, of course, goes into the manufacture of all these coaches and wagons. You being a leader in Tata Steel production itself, you know, what is Tata Steel doing to make its operation sustainable?
So there are 3 parts to this. I think a prelude to this is globally the business is growing, which means the capacity of steel has to grow. Second, the elephant is born. So your costs will run very high. There is no other way but not to grow. And hence, we need to find out better and smarter ways. So when you give this example of BACK UP on the backup side, and each one has very strong, larger definitions out of it. For us, linked to the customer, because we have always believed in Tata Business Excellency model. And there the larger perspective has been around smart manufacturing. And smart manufacturing has been from the firm belief that if we keep on doing what we are doing today, we will keep on getting what we are getting today. And hence, if we want to deliver in next 3 years of what we would have delivered in last 100 years, best way is to upgrade yourself, ways to upgrade yourself smartly as well. An example that I can take is electric arc furnace, which is being put up in India as well into our global operations. It will have its own sense of realizations coming up in short, but there is a directional movement.
Second part is there is a circularity, there is a circular economy angle to it as well, which means we see recycling piece of our waste as well. There is a separate scrap management and larger projects which are built around this. Third part is each of this, let's say if I were to put up, there are dedicated large scaled projects which are built around for improvement to take place. We drive programs called Shikhar 25, and we are the only organization into our balance sheet we take improvements as far as putting up how much improvements that we have done across projects. Last, one to summarize this would be, we are not technology-led organization. So we are manufacturing-led organization supported by technology. And again, I think here, artificial intelligence has played a very critical role. In this, to end this particular piece of saying how far we have gone in sustainability, it runs from start point of our raw material to our finished goods, taking care of the needs of the customer as well.
Thank you. In fact, listening to you, I was reminded of that ad that used to come once, which says in Tata Steel, we also make steel. It is also always a very sustainable company, and the ad kind of brought that about, that, you know, there are a lot of things that the firm does, and steel manufacturing is also one of them. So I'll now come to Manish Jain, sir. So, sir, the other place where I think a lot of resources are consumed is the other railway stations. So if you could give a perspective, what is Kolkata Metro doing to make operations at the railway station sustainable?
Railway stations, again, Mr. Majumdar has already talked about the solar power, the savings in the water, in the environmental control system, LED lighting, all that we have already done. In addition to that, today, all the railway stations and more so the metro stations, they have to be, in terms of passenger friendliness, amenities, they have to be, you know, mobility is very important. So we are installing lots of lifts, escalators. Lifts, again, Mr. Majumdar talked about regenerative braking. New escalators which we are installing now, they have those sensors that during off-peak hours, when the passenger flow is not high, the escalator would stop, and it will only start when somebody comes to alight it. So that also saves a lot of energy. Another area which is not designed for energy saving, but it's a byproduct. We have these platform screen doors in the green line, which are basically secondary doors on the platform. So in the underground stations, what it does is it reduces the effective volume for environmental conditioning, because at the stations without these gates, the environmental conditioning is also conditioning or cooling the tunnel area, the track area. So this, I would say, from the energy point of view, then water we use mainly water in the stations, other than the environmental conditioning, is for cleaning. So cleaning, we had the conventional systems of mopping, washing regularly. Now we are going for mechanized cleaning with the machine. So obviously that will reduce the water consumptions a lot. Then another area where we are going very aggressively is the ticketing. The ticketing, conventional ticketing was the tokens, and then we introduced the smart cards. Now we are discouraging tokens because those are all plastic, and we have a lot of laws in terms of revenue, and plastic is, of course, a very, very polluting material. We have moved on to the QR code ticketing. So we already have mobile QR codes as well as paper QR code. Our next target is to eliminate paper QR codes also. We are trying to tie up with different platforms, UPI platforms, payment platforms, where we can issue tickets through them. So that, because everybody has a mobile today and everybody has some UPI app or the other. So if we can proliferate this, then he need not buy a ticket at the station. It will save time for him, and he can use the digital ticket rather than using a paper or the token. Or regular computers, of course, can use smart cards. So I would say these are the things where we have to move forward. We already planned for it. But of course, it takes time for in terms of commuter, habits also. Like when I was talking about the sudden increase in the Green Line, the Howrah Esplanade. So for 1 week, all of us were at different stations. And I used to talk to the passengers, कि आप line में क्यों खड़े हैं? Why don't you use your mobile app? So he used to say, अच्छा सा mobile app भी है. So education, changing habits, I think that is what if we aggressively work upon, it will definitely increase the sustainability further. Thank you.
Thanks for that answer, sir. Actually, I didn't realize that because when I was thinking of the topic, I was only thinking of power consumption, water consumption, how to reduce that. But the point that you brought out, that efficiency in passenger experience also makes a lot of operations sustainable. I mean, bringing in digital mobile-based solutions will save time, which also makes the entire thing sustainable. So now I'll come to Mr. Parmanand Sharma. Sir, Dr. Vipul Mishra did mention about IoT, etc. But I'm curious about this. I mean, I started off as a mechanical engineer, and I know that, I've worked in the pit lines where the maintenance is done, and mostly it's scheduled maintenance. But now we have, at that time, when I was an officer, that was way back in, I think, 19 or 2000. तो उस समय तो artificial intelligence नहीं था, अभी तो है. So, what are the kind of steps that are being taken? Maybe they are not come to fruition, but what kind of things are being done to get into, let us say, a predictive maintenance kind of a regime? Because you need data for that. So what are the things that are being done? If you can throw some light on that.
Actually, you see, as you talked that you were in 2000 as IRSME in pit line. Obviously, there were no electrical, no data sensors, nothing at that time. And you must be remembering that at that time we were sending coaches for POH after every year. Every 12 months the coach will go. So taking up from there, I will like to bifurcate my answer in two parts. The first part, as my fellow panelists talked about the Vande Bharat, lot of sensors, highly instrumented coach, etc. Agreed, sir, but we are still in primary class so far as Vande Bharat is concerned. You all know that Vande Bharat trains started proliferating after 2022, even though first rake got made in 2018. And Eastern Railway, when the rakes got made at that time, based on our older experiences, the time-based schedules were prescribed. So the data acquisition has been there over the years, but it requires a lot of confidence to base our maintenance practice on that data. And that is why we are going to take some time for actually putting that data. Like one, I will say, my Eastern Railway first rake of Vande Bharat, that has still not undergone any POH. The first POH we will be doing in January, February, periodic overhauling that we say. So once we go through different stages of maintenance, time-based maintenance, when we open up things and see the conditions and the data acquired over the years, then these analysis of data acquired over the years and the condition physically seen will give us the confidence to switch over. However, now going back to the what Mr. Rajaji time was there and now what railway has done, it's not that we have sat down. The things have been done. Lot of technological changes, like switching over from ICF to LHB with a better design. The periodic maintenance periodicity switched over from 1 year to 3 years. In locomotives, the periodic maintenance from 6 years has gone up to 18 years for the new 3-phase locomotives. So that type of things, as the data and the experiences have been gained over the railways, the steps are being taken. And I am sure what data analytics and artificial intelligence has, you are also aware that these things have come up in last 4-5 years only. So we are gaining experiences with that, and definitely it will be put to use. There are certain things like I will like to tell you more. In our freight operation, earlier the wagons that will be get examined in yard will go up to their destination and then will again require examination. But now we have installed several equipment like online monitoring of rolling stock, hot axle detector, the wild wheel impact load detector. These online and equipments, they are giving us the condition of the wagon moving, whether any part is hanging, whether any wheel has got flat and that type of things. So with these experiences and the equipments by roadside, we have been able to enhance the rake life for traveling up to even in some cases 10,000 kilometers. 7,500 kilometers is now the norm for CC rakes. So this type of enhanced maintenance periodicity, which has resulted in much more availability of wagons, have resulted in railways, and we are constantly striving for that. Similarly, in coaching also, as I told you, the periodicity has been enhanced, and with experiences, maybe the workshop periodicity will be further enhanced, making use of the data and the conditions. And more than that, what I will say is that the individual components, like say traction motor, now that we are using the induction traction motor, so if the condition is okay, in place of going for rewinding and repairing in POH, we will go for alternate POH. But these steps will be only taken after the proper data over a longer time has been acquired. Those data have been analyzed. So currently we are still persisting with the periodic maintenance, but definitely the study is on for enhancing the periodicity and going for the condition-based maintenance. Thank you.
Pardon this thought, sir, लेकिन आपने जब 18 साल बोला, मेरी बेटी 18 साल की है, मतलब ऐसा हुआ कि भाई बच्चा पैदा हुआ उसके बाद सीधे 18 साल बाद ही देखा आपने. So that's great, sir. I mean, I didn't know that. It's really impressive that it goes in 18 years for periodic maintenance. It's amazing. So Mr. Vipul Mishra, तो परमानंद शर्मा साहब तो आपको बहुत सारा डेटा दे देंगे wayside equipment से और coach से. तो how can you actually tangibly reduce water consumption or power consumption using this kind of data? Is there some thought in your mind, in your analysis or research, that it can actually result in something tangible, leading to some power reduction or water reduction, consumption reduction? Dr. Vipul Mishra, are you there?
Yes. So thank you for the question. It's very important is really our coaches or the wagons are equipped with the required technology. And I'm damn sure these are already equipped with the required technology. For example, if we say tank level monitoring, what is inside the coaches is really the water level is up to the mark. And I hope Chris has already developed few of those systems that is installed on the coaches, which will constantly tell us what is the water level of the coaches. But the story, this is the beginning of the story. And then these all information is really, it is going to the actual worker. We already transformed the ticket checker, like they have a tab and that are continuously checking without paper. But is really this information of the water level is going to the worker as well. If that information reaches to the worker on time and in the real time as well, they can plan their refilling more strategic way and more priority ways. That is one point. Now it can enhance further. Why not we can utilize our water supply itself with the robotics and IoT? Because we already have that information from the coaches, which coach requires how much water, because that will give the information based on the consumption in the coaches. Now if this robotic arm is there, that is giving the water supply to the coaches, and that is also intelligent, you can say the outlet. And that intelligent outlet give the appropriate amount of water to the coaches. This is filling the water. And if we have this real-time tank monitoring system, we can also get the idea, is there any leakage on particular coach that can be addressed in the next station itself. So if we have this full-fledged system, then the water consumption will reduce very heavily. Now I just want to add some more point as we started this session with the B, Bhopal, right? So in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, we are developing the technology and we have multiple patents waste to the fuel. So one of the professor, Dr. Venkat Chintala, is working on that area that will convert the regular waste to the fuel. And that is well proved technology. And now currently Vadodara station, that is in the Western Railway, we are taking the entire waste of the Vadodara station and converting into the fuel. And that's a very important point for the sustainable, you can say, goals. Now, if we come to the electric consumption, of course, we all know like our stations or our trains are already filled with the persons. So then automatic light dimming, or you can say automatic identification of the requirement of the ventilation, requirement of the temperature control, these all can be managed by them. Not only that, if we use the PRS system as well, like we already have the passenger record, we have the how many passengers are coming in this train. So based on that, can we control the entire system? It's like a connecting these all dots together that will give the more efficient outcome in terms of electrical uses by the HVAC systems or other systems as well.
Thank you for that. Actually, I feel that I kind of sometimes feel that we are entering the realm of science fiction, because what is actually we used to see in science fiction movies actually happening today in the real world. So I appreciate the kind of scenarios that you built in. I am sure some of them will fructify in a few years. So, Mr. Gangesh, one question that has been crossing my mind is that I have been hearing a lot about aluminum coaches, because they say it's lighter, etc. But I just want to know if you can throw some light on, the sustainability of this material versus steel, because steel is what we use. So what is the sustainability of, how does aluminum compare to steel from sustainability? That's the topic of discussion for us.
So before I answer that, just for two railway colleagues who are here, I just have two words, which is thank you for being there. Because at times, when you are there, we don't realize the importance. We only realize the importance when you're not there or delayed as well. This is super work. So we are customers to you as well from institution side, and I'm a retail customer to you as well, because I remember when I was made to travel for my examination 25 kilometers, only metro was there. And between Calcutta, Jamshedpur, let's say last 5 years, I have done it 2 days in Calcutta and 4 days in Jamshedpur, apart from international travels, let's say when it was there. Vande Bharat came as a, I would say, elite services to me. And I'm keeping aside small hiccups. So I think thank you for the larger side from keeping aside the sustainability. Back to the insights on the aluminum piece. To keep it concise, 4 points that I would like to mention. One, this is not size fits all. So we need to have horses for courses policy. And hence, between steel and aluminum, from sustainability point of view, steel comes as a better choice. The carbon footprints are much lesser. And in aluminum, let's say if we are putting up more so from fuel utilization as well, it will be slightly higher there. Second, the recyclability of steel is much better. So if we were to look at only from point of view of lesser weight, then we will be looking at one portion of the story. But if we look at the full life cycle from aluminum as a raw material, which is going inside the finished product, then the full recycle point of view, steel still comes as a better choice. Fourth, from summarization point of view on this, there has to be a balanced way. I mean, not just, let's say if I'm from Tata Steel, I'll have a bias towards the steel. That's not the point. What category of usage that each of the raw material were to find? So let's say in metros as well, is there an aluminum usage? Could be yes. But let's say with passenger count getting up, which Manish mentioned, you want something which is very, very stronger in nature. As a as a feature, steel still attracts magnetic properties, and it helps in recycling as well. So my view there, Rajaji, would be one needs to have a balanced view of looking at both sides of the coin to have a fair view on this.
वैसे सर the phrase says nerves of steel, nerves of aluminum कोई नहीं बोलता है, तो शायद steel is there to stay. So Manish, then sir, we have heard about the sustainability aspects and features of Vande Bharat, but I want to know what those features are for metro coaches.
No, if you look at the metro train, it is essentially a distributed power system like Vande Bharat. But in terms of technology, I would say it is much more advanced. Propulsion is same, three-phase propulsion is there, regenerative braking is there. But now on the new lines which we are making and all over India, we have the modern signaling system, which is distributed over the wayside signaling as well as in the coach, which is CBTC, communication-based train control, which is a moving block technology. So that basically the basic purpose of this CBTC is to have a smaller headway. That means within the same section, we can have more trains, and we can have maybe a headway of 90 seconds, 1.5 minutes, compared to the 6 minutes which we are running on Metro Railway Kolkata today. So that would be a feature which is new in terms of energy efficiency, sustainability. As Mr. Sharma said, this is something which is evolving. Even three-phase propulsion system is evolving as we are going forward. The new rakes which we buy are more efficient than the previous ones. And also in terms of maintenance, we have all the diagnostic features, we have all the data, and everything is through microprocessor control. So that will also help us in reducing maintenance times, reducing down times. One more feature which I saw in NCRTC, again for off-peak hours. NCRTC is not, the footfall is very low. So normally in a metro train, whenever it comes to the station, all doors open and all doors close. So what happens is that way you're losing the air conditioning of the metro coach. What NCRTC has done, that all the doors are passenger operated. That means wherever passenger wants to get in or get out, he will just press that button like we have seen in the long distance trains in Europe and all, and only that door will open, or not all the doors will open or all the doors will close. So we discussed this in Kolkata metro system, but generally people were of the opinion that, it may lead to inconvenience for the passengers. But yes, maybe for the late night services, early morning services, there's something which we can look at. And it is all programmable today with the door control systems. So this is an evolving field, and I'm sure we will do better as we go forward.
Interesting point, sir. I mean, just a simple feature of giving the passenger the control to open can save a lot of power in the coach. That is very interesting. Parmanand Sharma, sir, one point that's coming to my mind is that earlier in the summer, there was a restriction placed in Delhi that nobody, if anybody is caught cleaning their car with a pipe, they will be put on a penalty, because that water was scarce in Delhi. And I perceive that to clean a coach, a lot of water is required. I mean, since our topic today is sustainability, what is being done to reduce that water consumption? Because cleaning a coach requires a lot of water. It's quite a big, vehicle.
But people will need clean coaches. Thank you for the question. Actually, this is a major problem being faced by Indian Railways, cleaning of coaches. Lot of water is required. There are many coaching depots which are in areas where there is water starvation. The water supply is not good enough. So, Railway are taking due steps, and one of these steps is going for automatic coach washing plants, which is something like a unit of about 30 meters is there. The train travels at a slow speed of 5 to 8 kilometers, and from side the water is spread soap solution is sprayed, the brushes are there which are touching the car body and cleaning it. So in this system, the advantage that we are getting is that the entire water that is being used for cleaning the coach is in that 30-meter area. And now we are able to collect that water, take it to our effluent treatment plant, recycle that water. And here we are able to, in fact, at say Kolkata terminal, or we are able to get back 90% of the water used, 85 to 90%. Only thermal losses in summer results in a bit higher losses. Otherwise, in winter or rainy season, the water loss is hardly 10%. So this is one of the major steps, and this step initially, when proved successful, has now been implemented to almost all coaching depots. When I say almost all coaching depots, because at some places the location has not been found out where such type of placement can be done, because this requires inter-track distances to be there, so that in the between two lines you can put up the equipment, etc. So in some coaching depots there is constraint of infrastructure, but otherwise this has been proliferated over almost all coaching depots. Then in the pit line also, when inside cleaning is to be done, the inside cleaning also, in fact, at a random I can say that for cleaning one coach, we in primary maintenance we consume almost 1500 to 2000 liters of water. So on pit line, at coach washing plant we took care of about 1000 liters. On pit line for internal cleaning, like cleaning of toilets, cleaning of sitting areas, etc. There also we are going for the same thing, that the water that goes into the pit line gets collected and again goes through the effluent treatment plant. So that way, recycling of water, this has been one of the major steps taken over the coaching. Then other things like what we were talking about, the fellow panelists said, that IoT of water sensors, etc. So that is also being utilized to great extent, that now it has been started being fitted in the coaches. We know that only the 4 coaches need watering, where water level has gone down, and we do watering in those 4 coaches out of turn. So that saves water, but it is going to take a lot of time to make best use of that system. It's still in learning and trial phase. So that way steps have been taken, and I think we will be saving water.
No, that's fantastic, sir. 90%. I have just 2 more questions, and after that I give it to the audience and we can wind up. I'm sure everybody wants lunch. I just have 2 more questions to go. So the other thing that comes to mind is the stampedes. You know, there was an unfortunate incident in which people did lose lives, etc. So Dr. Vipul Mishra, you know, the question to you is that, can artificial intelligence help in such things? Can you prevent stampedes? Can it play a role? Because that is something that does happen during festivals in our country.
So what happened, like, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible but not visible. Can you put him up, please, on the screen? Now you're not visible. Yeah, you're visible now.
Hopefully now I'm visible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
पीछे गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय अभी आ गया है.
Yeah. So if we talk about stampede, it's not like a very sudden event that happens very quickly. It has some consequences. It has some background as well. Now we all know all the stations are equipped with the CCTV cameras. Now can we utilize those cameras to doing the analytics on that? If we have a system, and that's we already have those kind of systems available. If we are able to recall the Mahakumbh, we are able to count how many persons are there with the drone, right? So that is something like a people counting. If we can utilize those cameras to count number of persons in the particular platform, now these stats will give lots of help to the planning. For example, if there is a mass movement towards one side or other side, that can be easily identified. You can find out a choke point maybe in the bridges, maybe in other places, maybe you can say some out or in blocks. So these all choke points can be identified very quickly and in the real time as well. Now, because these cameras are continuously working 24/7, only thing, some persons are sitting over there and continuously maybe watching 20 screens together. And we all know humans have a limited capability to watch 20 screens is very difficult. Can we utilize those AI algorithms, which is already well proved, to analyze all the cameras in the same time and give the stats in the dashboard? We have all platform in the dashboard and give the thermal, you can say, thermal images over there, like density of the passenger in a particular platform. Now, once we have this information, can we utilize our PRS, the passenger reservation system, that we have advanced information, how many passengers are coming out from that, how many passengers are going in from that. So whatever train have higher density of movement, we can put in the platform where we have lower density of passenger right now. Why we cannot plan in advance as well? Because we already have that in our data. If we have that information in the data, we can easily solve this problem of stampede or many other instances as well. We can find out the anomaly as well. Someone is like we already talked about the Swachh Bharat, cleaning of the stations. Eventually, we have improved a lot improvement you find out in the station, but still you will find out lots of waste material here and there. Can we utilize those analytics, give the right information to the you can say the right person that there is some waste, or someone is, we are saying 100 rupees fine for if you are throwing something, but to whom you will apply the fine? It's very difficult to identify. So now you can use these algorithms to identify the right person who are throwing it. You cannot find out with just watching those cameras or maybe 100 screens or 200 screens. It's very difficult for the person, but it is possible with the algorithms. And current, you can say, we have lots of impact on the algorithm. We have lots of object detection algorithm. We have lots of movement identification algorithm that can give those insights from the platform, and that will reduce lots of problems of the stations, and that will, we have a very good crowd management as well. Sir.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. My very last question, I'm a bit curious about to know Mr. Paramanand Sharma's views on hydrogen trains. I mean, what's your broad view about that?
Hydrogen is the fad now. Lot of the people are talking about hydrogen energy as being the panacea for all pollution control. But I have much more of reservation, as while talking about steel and aluminum, Mr. Gangesh said, one shoe doesn't fit all. Similarly, hydrogen doesn't fit all. I will like to give one example. How is hydrogen we get from water? It's not naturally available in air that you will extract like oxygen, liquid oxygen, by constant condensing it and get the oxygen. Hydrogen you will not get, because at a lower atmospheric level, hydrogen is not available. It's a minuscule percentage. So how do you get hydrogen? You get it by electrolyzing the water. Now, electrolyzing the water and generating hydrogen requires energy. From where do you get that energy? If you are going to burn coal or diesel to generate that electricity and then electrolyze the water to get hydrogen and then use hydrogen to generate power, what you are going to gain? Zero. Not zero, negative. Because the system inefficiencies will inbuilt in, and actually whatever electricity you use for electrolyzing, you will not even get that much of electricity back. So the hydrogen, I'm not condemning it outright, but we have to see where we can use it. Hydrogen is suitable for those places where we have a lot of renewable energy. Like, say, Sahara Desert, vast expanse lying near equator, very high insulation. If there we put up large number of solar farms and use that energy to electrolyze the water make fuel cell or hydrogen in compressed form, and then transport to nearby area. But then again, the economics comes into play. I cannot generate hydrogen in Sahara and bring to Calcutta. So these type of things have to, this entire energy economy and the chain has to be considered. So this will remain limited, but yes, technology advancement is there, and there are certain locations, like say for in railways case, I can say that we are expanding into Kashmir area, Ladakh area trains. Now they are taking this OHE, overhead equipment of electrical transmission, is a difficult job. Even creating track itself is a very tough job. So for those areas, we can have limited hydrogen mobility so that we don't burn fossil fuel in those areas to destroy the atmosphere. Similarly, some other locations can be there. It can be, say, there is a small, some say 1,000-hectare island. Now that 1,000-hectare island cannot give 500 hectare for setting up a thermal power plant. So those type of places where you need energy, but you can't have that setup, you use hydrogen and that will be done. But it will not be a massive source of energy in future. Thank you.
Thank you for that candid view, sir. And I think I've run out of my questions, and I hope I have done justice to the audience's expectations of posing tough questions to the panelists. I really thank all the panelists for giving very comprehensive, candid, and honest answers to all my questions. With that, I would say we should, if there is any one question, maybe.
Thank you. First of all, gratitude and appreciation to ICC for hosting this wonderful Third Rail India Forum, and sir, from which we actually got to know so many things from expert human beings like you. First of all, sir, I would like to thank Indian Railways as well as Metro for making the life of for the people of City of Joy so incredible in terms of saving money, in terms of commuting from one part of the city to the other in the minimum time, as well as with minimum economical prices. For this, I would just request everybody present here to give a big round of applause for ICC and Indian Railways. It's made us life easy. Thank you, sir. Sir, a question to Manish Jain, sir. If you can kindly let me know, Salt Lake Sector 5 being one of the IT hubs, there's a huge population from rural India who actually travels in Metro today. And thanks to Metro Rail for connecting Shialda and Howrah with Salt Lake Sector 5. So is there any expansion plan from Dakhineshwar to Salt Lake Sector 5 directly to help these rural guys who come for jobs in the city, in the IT hub here, which can really be a help? Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Right now, if you see the sanctioned projects, we already have Dakshineshwar connected to airport via Novapada, and airport to New Gadia, where the Salt Lake Sector 5 lies. It is on that line. So once the New Gadia to airport is connected, then Dakshineshwar to Sector 5 people can come either via New Gadia or they can come via the airport. So both the routes would be available.
Expect that in the next couple of years?
Yeah, the project, if you see the project progress, it is in a very advanced stage. There are few areas where you must be reading in the papers. There are some issues with the police clearances about working, like Sector 5 also. It should have been up and working by now. But there were some challenges. Those challenges have been addressed. So hopefully Sector 5 should be reaching by maybe second half of the next year. And airport end of 27 or maybe early 28. That is the projection as of now.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we can end the session now. Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists, for the remarkable deliberations. Thank you for giving your time to us. Okay, now we would extend our respect through the felicitation of the dignitaries, and I would like to take the opportunity to do the same. Thank you. We can have a group photo. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 more minutes of your time. Thank you for sharing your expertise and looking forward to the perspectives throughout the day. The deliberation have clearly highlighted 3 key priorities for the future of rail mobility: accelerating sustainability, strengthening multimodal connectivity, and adopting advanced technology to enhance safety and operational efficiency. We have also collectively emphasized the need for increased private participation and strategic investment in modern infrastructure to unlock the new growth pathways. Collaboration is no longer optional. It is driving the force behind meaningful transformation. Together, we are not merely envisioning progress, but we are enabling it. By championing innovation and responsible development, we are truly greening the rails, powering the nation, and steering the future of mobility. We would also like to express our sincere gratitude to the sponsors and partners: Indian Railways, Niti Aayog for supporting the forum, our title sponsor Jupiter Wagons Private Limited, gold partner Jindal Stainless Limited, silver partner Classic Electrodes, GEE Limited, JSIC, Pandrol Rahi, Texmeco, Yes Techno, knowledge partner CILT and Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, and our media partner Rail Analysis, and the lovely delegates seated in this room and their unwavering support and contribution to the success of 3rd edition of Rail India Forum. Thank you so much. We will all now proceed for the networking lunch and the informal discussion as we continue shaping the India's rail future together. If you wish to connect with us on a sectoral front, feel free to get in touch with me. And with that note, hope you had a great time. Looking forward to catching up with you in the upcoming events. Thank you all. Thank you.